Okay. So I'm late, but not that late. Just a little late. Hang on. Okay, back. I'm feeling kind of gross. I don't know why. Nothing tastes good today, and well, not doesn't taste good. Just doesn't taste satisfying. And so I'm gonna have some tea, and maybe it'll cleanse my palate. Okay. Anyway, we are about to begin this video. Actually, let me make sure. Oopsie. Not mochi, miso. Okay. Okay, so I have like some work to do, or some work I would like to do, and I might do it. I might do it after this because I think I just I can't focus at work. But in the meantime, this video is pretty long, so we'll see, to be honest. I have to do my dailies in all of my games, but I don't know. Maybe I should take a break from Love and Deep Space and Tears of Themis, maybe. Anyway, I'm rambling. Okay, so I've been seeing this video going around. It's called "Was Genshin Always This Weird and Bad?" Which is quite a statement. I love Genshin Impact, but it also sucks, says the description. I mean, fair. A lot of people have that take, you know? But a lot of people don't get a bunch of reaction videos on their video. So yeah, I'm kind of curious about where this goes and why. I'm interested in, like, the critique of it and whether or not they can support what they think is, like, wrong with the game. This is by Candy Bebug. Oopsie. Let me make sure I get the sound on. And hopefully it's clear.
Before we begin, please be aware that this video contains very heavy spoilers for Genshin Impact up to version 6.4, also known as Luna 5.
Fair. Okay. Yeah, I'm caught up on that much. I just wanted to stop and say this outfit design is so cute. I love it. It's adorable. Ah! Okay, sorry.
The current game version as of recording. So if you clicked on this video and haven't played up through these quests yet, and you are still interested in doing so, please watch this at your own risk. Also, I would like to say that while I play Genshin frequently, I'm certainly not a lore expert. It's also worth pointing out that Genshin lore only gets more confusing and convoluted as time goes on, so that might factor in as well.
True.
I might get stuff wrong. You can feel free to correct me about anything in the comments, but I will do my best.
Okay. I mean, already acknowledging that she's not completely on top of things in the lore, so that'll be interesting. Um, I wonder if that will affect any of her opinions.
Let me just start by saying that Genshin Impact is one of my favorite games. I know that there's a lot to be said about Genshin and that Genshin fans are kind of a meme. There's a lot of valid critiques to be thrown Genshin's way. For example, like many gacha games, they use a very predatory business model, and Hoyoverse makes millions of dollars off of FOMO and by fostering people's gambling addictions. And I would argue Genshin is actually worse than a lot of other Hoyo games too, because it's not as generous. From my understanding, other games from this company have made up for a lot of Genshin's greed by giving away more free characters and by making it easier to obtain materials to level them up.
I don't really know how that makes up for Genshin's greed, because it's not as if every Genshin player plays the other games, you know? Like, I've honestly stopped playing any of them. Um, mm, I actually think Genshin sits in a pretty decent place. Maybe not recently. I've seen a lot more complaints recently about how many Primo Gems they're giving, but I feel like Genshin sat in a pretty decent place where each patch would give you enough to get a 5-star character, right? And, there's still that chance of winning or losing that might make you want to, spend or something like that. But if you were patient, if you planned well, I think you could get the characters that you want. So, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that take, but that is everyone's personal opinion. Let's move on.
Meanwhile, Genshin refuses to adapt even after over 5 years of updates. The resin cap is still only at 200 with no resin overflow system, and the weapon and talent ascension materials are still only available for a few days each week, which is an outdated system that serves absolutely no purpose.
I do agree with that. I think that the resin cap should have an overflow, um, because otherwise, yeah, you do kind of feel like you have to play every day. I mm, yeah, the books thing, there are to be fair, if we have a new character or actually no, during banner when new banners are up for 2 weeks total because we have, 2 banners per patch, we do get, like, to open each domain every day. So I'm kind of 50-50 on that. I feel like it's alright, like, it's not really a huge problem. It does make me have to wait, but because I guess because of the amount of resin I have anyway, I'd still be capped. I guess, like, it doesn't bother me that much. But again, I feel like that's a personal experience. Hi, Shiny. We're watching this video to see if they have any valid critiques about Genshin because it seems like a lot of people really don't like this video. So, how
But,
are you?
despite all of those flaws, Genshin kind of stole my heart in the beginning. I had never played a game like this before, meaning a gacha game. I
Same.
didn't know how the pity system worked. I did a 10 pull whenever I had fates, and I didn't save them at all because I wasn't keeping up with any upcoming banners or anything. And I would spend my primo gems equally on both intertwined and equate fates because that seemed like the financially responsible thing to do.
Oh no. How are you? I'm okay. It's Monday, so could be better. But I don't know. I don't to be fair, I don't know if I get better over the week anyway. But oh no, at using your primo gems equally on both there. Oh no. But hmm, I forgot what she was saying before this. So I guess no comments.
I shudder to think about it even now. But when I first started back in October of 2020, during Klee's first ever banner, none of that mattered, because Genshin was pretty magical early on. Not only was it special because back then, you really didn't have to worry about power creep, you could pretty much build any character you wanted if you liked them, but there was this feeling of newness that came with starting out in 1.0. This open world was laid out before you with two beautifully designed nations. The music was, and still is, so gorgeous and immersive. Playing with headphones and just listening to the soundtrack while running around with your favorite characters was so lovely. There were little puzzles to solve and stories to tell, all back.
I like this is more a comment on the editing and everything of the video or like formatting and stuff. I like how yeah, it's pretty simple, but I do enjoy, what she has going on in the background. Although I am having trouble reading everything. But um that said, I think we already touched on this briefly in the Discord, but it seems like she's a nostalgia player. Or like a nostalgia complainer? I don't really know what the word is, but I already get that kind of vibe. Do you know what I mean? I started Genshin with very much the same feelings. Um, but I mean, the game was still a work in progress, right? Like I I love Mondstadt. Mondstadt still feels like home to me in Genshin, but it's not the most amazing region. Do you know what I mean? Like if I think about it objectively, in terms of its puzzles and it has like barely any puzzles really, right? Like I remember at the beginning of the game, the world is beautiful, but you spend a lot of time chasing Sealies, climbing for oculi, finding hidden chests, battling. There's very few actual puzzles. um, there are more when you get to Lie, which were honestly kind of annoying because you needed like a Geo character, and I didn't like using Geo Traveler. So I don't know. I don't know. That said, she's right about the background. She's right about the music. 100%. The music is amazing.
Dropped by a beautiful landscape. The story told by the Archon quests was relatively simple, but the characters were interesting and so lovable that they gave the quests life in their own.
I feel like the real sorry, I feel like the first real set of puzzles were the Inazuma spinning cubes. Yes, they were like actual puzzles, and I remember the community being like, "Oh no, what is Sumeru gonna be like if Inazuma's already giving us this?" You know, and they were more challenging. I did a lot of just smack them until something works, just because like that's how that's how basic the puzzles in Liyue basically were, that I just didn't like, feel I needed to tap into a deeper part of my brain for Inazuma. And then I learned I did need to do that. So yeah, I don't know. But the Archon quests, I think a lot of people underrate how good the early Archon quests are in terms of setting you up for this game. I think it being a simple story quest is actually pretty good. So I do agree with her that, it's simple and still good.
Way. And then there were events like the first Lantern
I
Rite and the
didn't
first
have
Wind
those
Bloom.
or
Don't
that.
get me wrong, I think there have been some really good Lantern Rites in recent years. The one featuring Gaming comes to mind, but I really don't think that the sheer innocent joy that came with these events early on will ever be matched in the future.
I think this is just, I think that's the nostalgia talking, girl. That's not an objective thing. Like, I think objectively, the stories have been getting better and better for Lantern Rites. Like, every year I have a new favorite Lantern Rite. Um, I think I think that's the nostalgia talking. Like, if it feel like the mention of like that innocent whatever joy or whatever, that's the nostalgia talking.
And plus, I think that Genshin has kind of forgotten about Windbloom. But like, the cutscenes were so beautiful. Getting to see what all of these characters in Liyue and Mondstadt were up to during these times of year. I mean, that cutscene of all the characters walking around Mondstadt together spawned so
I
much
caught that
shipping,
Xing
and
Yun is
I
my
was
favorite.
absolutely there for it, just like everybody else was.
Okay, shipping.
Following this,
All right, I approve.
we had Inazuma, Sumeru, and Fontaine. Again, all beautiful nations with so much potential for exploration. They encourage you to look in every nook and cranny. There's so much lore to be found that you might never see it all unless you peruse the Genshin Wiki. One of my favorite examples of all of the records and notes you can find are about Ildodore, and they're scattered throughout Sumeru. Just discovering how immensely evil he was made me so excited to see what they would do with a villain like that in this story.
Did she just call him Ildodore? I'm sorry. But mm, okay, yeah. How what is she talking about then? Like, she's going pretty far into Genshin. Do you know what I mean? Like she mentioned Fontaine, so I think that means that she thinks up to Fontaine is good. Um, does she have an issue with since Natlan then? Which is, okay, that's gonna be a bit. I think that's gonna be interesting to see. I have my opinions about Natlan have updated a little bit, but hmm.
And we will get to that. But even if the story occasionally got dull, and I know a lot of people struggled with Inazuma, believe me, I have problems with it too, I know I could always count on seeing a character I liked. When Inazuma was boring me to death in the middle, or when it was busy underdeveloping Raiden A, I could at least maybe see Kazuha sometimes, who is still one of my favorite characters in the game to this day. A gacha game relies on its characters like almost no other type of game does. If you want people to pull for them, they have to appeal.
You missed the first time we did Golden Apple Archipelago. That was my first big event because I started playing like in June, so it was right before the summer event. So that was actually my first big event. That was really fun. Yeah.
And most of them did. They had beautiful designs and interesting personalities that sealed the deal. So yes, Genshin is one of my favorite games. But I'm also its biggest hater. And I know what you're gonna say. You're just nostalgic.
I mean, you are, girl. I'm sorry. Like to say that n- to say that the first Lantern Rite was the best one is probably like I think the Genshin's like one of the things that I think is the best thing about Genshin is that its writing has generally gotten stronger over the years, right? Um at least self-aware. Well, self-aware of how other people would respond, I suppose. But also, did you notice how as soon as she said my Genshin's biggest hater, like the Natlan music started playing? Oh dear.
That's the only reason you think it was better back then. but I have proof.
Yeah, I think this is about as far as I made it. Where like proof.
I mean, why else would I make a whole video essay on an unestablished YouTube channel if I didn't have proof? So,
I don't know, man. A lot of people. I'm coming off of the recent Alex Myers controversy with his horrible reading of Obsession, so I don't know.
was Genshin always this weird and bad? No, it wasn't. And let me tell you why.
Where it all went wrong.
When we talk about bad Genshin,
no.
we have to talk about the elephant in the room, Natlan. In case you're unfamiliar, Genshin bases its nations on real-world cultures, in terms of visual inspiration, the names of the characters, and the nation's customs. Mondstadt is based largely on Germany, Liyue on China, Inazuma on Japan, and so on. Natlan, similarly to Sumeru, is based on multiple real-world cultures, including Mesoamerican societies, Polynesian cultures, and the cultures of African peoples. It's hard to pin down what they were thinking when they picked out all of these places, each so different to represent just one nation in the game. I'm certainly not the person to listen to on if this is bad representation, but I will say I do find it odd that the regions based on parts of the world where historically many black and brown people have lived are a mishmash of many different cultures, and that the characters are whitewashed versions.
Okay. Sorry. Let me just. Hang on.
Odd that the regions based on parts of the world where historically many black and brown people have lived are a mishmash of many different cultures, and that the
I get that she is talking about both Sumeru and Natlan here, but I just definitely Genshin has a skin tone like problem, but I feel like this is such a weird comparison to make, especially with a note about modern Nubian person skin tone.
characters are whitewashed
Um,
versions of these
Also, I just don't think this is true. Like, I know the names are similar, but I don't think that that's actually the reference they were going for.
people. It just gives me pause, to say the least.
Hi, Kathy. You're not late. It's okay. We're watching this video because it's been going around, and I'm just curious about how good or bad the criticism actually is. Because, you know, like, Genshin community gets up in arms about a lot of things, and some of the fans can be, like, very, very defensive. So, you know, I want to give this a fair shot. But I do already feel like she's very nostalgia. Like, she's very already seeing things through her nostalgia lenses. So I think that's going to be a problem.
For many other reasons, too, Natlan was understandably poorly received by fans, at least in the United States. I'm not really sure how other parts of the world reacted to it.
I feel like you have to consider that, though. Do you know what I mean? Like if you're going to make a criticism about the quality of the game as a whole, you do have to kind of consider, like, if what you're critiquing um is a broader opinion than just the US's. You know what I mean? Especially like if you're coming off of your high horse right now, talking about how the game's representation isn't all that great. If you're only going to focus on the, United States or like Northern American perspective, that gives me pause. You liked everything except for Mavuika's bike attacks and Chaska's flying attacks. I don't like I don't really care about either of those because I don't have them, I guess. But I don't like Mavrika's outfit because that zipper is crazy. I came around on Chaska's outfit. E convinced me.
It's easy to see why, though, because it's the same reasons that I didn't like Natlan. The landscapes are fine, but aesthetically, a lot of Natlan doesn't mesh well with existing aesthetics of the game. And one of the major problems people had was the character's access to modern technology and concepts like motorcycles, flying guns, rollerblades, and DJ sets. I'm not
Okay, I just bless me this. Oh my god. Okay. What's wrong with that zipper? You know what's wrong with that zipper. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. So This is something I see a lot of people talk about, or maybe just the places I've been, and I just don't like, I got really sick of this argument because, like, as much as Natlan's story didn't fully resonate with me, I don't really, like, buy that everything feels really out of, like, so out of place, especially given, like, the lore, like, given the lore that's in the world quest, and that's another thing is I think a lot of people don't do the world quest, and so they don't really get that lore because, like, a lot of this is based on, um, a lot of the tech that Shallonen creates, right, is based on dragon tech, right? And the dragon tech doesn't look that different from some of the stuff that's being presented here, right? So I just feel like it does fit in, like it does blend in pretty well. Aside from the jeans, to be fair, the jeans are crazy as well. But yeah, what if it's one of those fake zippers, like fake pockets? I I don't know. The front of it looks pretty real to me.
Even necessarily mad at the idea of having more modern tech in Natlan, but the problems lie more in the execution. First, Natlan made a point to
Okay,
set up an
okay, she said execution. Oh dear. You know outfits with those zippers? Oh my gosh, Kira. Really? Oh my gosh, those that seems so uncomfortable.
aesthetic style for Natlanese technology, like that within the ancient Sacred Mountain area, but then they only used it in that area. If
The
Mavuika's
the back
motorcycle
is
or
definitely
Shilonen's
sorry, the back is definitely real. Um, how are you doing, Kira? I hope you're well. I know things have been a bit hectic for you at school. Okay, so let's see, here's what I mean, right? Like she's
but the
saying
problems
sorry, it's because I hear this argument all the time. So like she's saying, like everyone else, that like
lie more in the
it's
execution.
only
First, Natlan made a point to set up an aesthetic style for Natlanese
yeah, they did. Look at this. Okay, take a moment to look at, the general styling, right, of these.
technology, like that within the ancient Sacred Mountain area, but then they only used it in that area.
That's not really true. It's all over.
If Mavuika's motorcycle or Shilonen's
Okay. And we take a moment to look at, this. It doesn't look that different. Do you know what I mean? Like the aesthetics of it to me don't look that different. Let me
area.
let me see if I can
If
pause on
Mavuika's
if we pause on Mauika's motorcycle, this doesn't look that different from the things that she was just showing us. The only like real difference is like it's bright red and the rest of the aesthetic is gray. Do you know what I mean? Like, but you can't base it off of just color. Of course they're gonna make it red. She's the Pyro Archon. So I don't know. Like I feel like that's not looking very closely at the actual design of the bike, right? So the thing about modern tech and Natlan being bad is that what colonism can't be like. I'm sorry. The silly thing about modern tech in Natlan being bad is that that's what colonism colonialists also thought. Um, can't be that they are so advanced. Yeah, exactly. That's yeah. So like, I am sensing, I am sensing from this person a degree of mm, what's the word? Like passive or low key racism? Not like that. I don't think that this person is racist. Like, I don't think they're trying to be. I don't think they look down, like they're like actively trying to look down on these people. But there's some weird, like, this is two now, right? This is two kind of weird instances where they've kind of been a little bit microaggression-y, right? Yeah. Summer holiday is here. Yay, I'm glad. A bit crushed though. What about Claron's about to explode buttons? Dude, I also think that button is crazy. In Fontaine, it's because of steampunk shine. Yeah, like steampunk is interesting. Like the thing is, right? I think each region appears differently like to have like different levels of like technology, but that's kind of like what the world is like when people are kind of isolated. Although if you like look at it, when you see the things that they get together and you know and collaborate and talk about or whatever, right? Like then things sort of like match up a little bit. But like the fact that like in sorry, the fact that we have cameras, right? In Genshin, the fact that like there's a whole film industry in Fontaine. And the fact that like sorry, that there's and the fact that like Ayato drinks bubble tea. Drinks bubble tea from what looks to be plastic cups. Like those cups do look like his cups look plastic, right? Like I it's not our first time seeing more like modern looking types of tech. It's not as in your face. Right? And I think, like, maybe that's what's making that seem weird to, like, the critics of Natlan, on tech. But, like, honestly, I don't think that it was really, like, that weird, you know? I will say that maybe the characters' clothing designs can be a little bit jarring, but everything in terms of, like, the motorcycle, like, I think it's well integrated into the lore with the explanations about phlogiston. That's my personal opinion on that, though, and it's because I've done the world quest.
Motorcycle or Shilonen's DJ set looked anything like this, and not like sleek, modern variations of those objects.
They look the same! They don't look that different. Like, this okay, if you were to look at this in gray, right, it would look the same. Only thing weird is Mondstadt have yes, why do we have no horses? That's because they ate the horses on the expedition, yes.
Objects, maybe they wouldn't have felt so out of place. And another problem with the tech is that no one else in Natlan, other than the playable characters, use it at all. You don't see any other Natlanese people rollerblading or driving vehicles. They probably wouldn't feel so out of place if other people in the 6 tribes had access to this stuff. There is perhaps
Okay. I think everybody knows drawing horses is a nightmare. Drawing motorcycles also seems difficult. A motorcycle's not that surprising. Bikes make so much sense for Natlan. Make it, like bikes make a lot of sense for the type of like, you know, traversal on. They don't exactly have roads. You know what I mean? Like they have roads, but they don't have like modern type of like pavement roads, right? So like, yeah. Anyway, um, not riding, drawing a motorcycle, but um. I think this is I would say this is not completely true. Of course, each character is gonna have their own unique set of, like, equipment and stuff like that because that's what makes them separate and different from the NPCs. But if you look at the enemies, right, in Natlan, some of the enemies are using, like, more advanced tech and stuff, right? So I feel like that's a bit disingenuous if you're not like gonna be looking like at the enemies and showing them because I do think like they're using sometimes very similar things. But of course the characters will have more stylized personal things because they're our playable characters, you know? And I think that's just like that's just a weird take.
perhaps no location in Natlan that is so out of place as the Easy Breeze Holiday Resort. I did love the lore that this location provided for Bennett, but everything else about it is so ass, dude. It genuinely feels
It's a resort though. It's a resort. It's supposed to be a relaxing place. Like, it's not that weird to have, like, a stage and stuff, you know what I mean? Drew and German Idiot horse in the
like
park.
a different
Oh my gosh! Kira confirming that they ate the horses on the expedition. I'm just kidding.
game to walk around this resort. There's
Also, animating NPCs with such things would be a pain, right? Honestly, that they animate NPCs doing like fun dances and just doing whatever the hell they're doing in the background when they really don't need to be, it's pretty cool, like already, in my opinion. So, like, I don't know. I think she's expecting a lot from this game. But also, here's another thing. Why? Okay, because her argument, right? and we got to keep this in mind. Like, I'm here to look at this from an argumentative point of view, like whether or not she's able to support her argument. Her argument is Genshin didn't used to be bad, and Natlan apparently is where things started to go downhill. And one of her major complaints is that, like, the NPCs don't have tech or whatever that the main characters have. That's been true since Mondstadt. There's nobody else using Mika's book because it was like specially made for him by Albedo, except for Lowen, who steals it. There are characters in like Liyue and Mondstadt who are using things that other people don't have access to. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like that's weird.
A huge slide in the shape of a Koholosaurus, a dark ride a la Disneyland, a field that looks like a fucking Wii Sports golf course.
It's a resort. It's a resort.
And like a music festival area with a dance-off stage. I cannot stress enough how immersion breaking it is to explore.
But it's a resort. Is it immersion breaking to step into a fancy hotel? Like in real life? I mean, maybe it is, but that's kind of the point, right? Like when you're going on vacation, you want a break from your regular life. And that's what this resort is, because it's a resort. I don't understand this complaint. This complaint doesn't make sense to me. Does this person even do the story? Honestly, not sure. But hi Mizu. So we're at the part where she seems to be complaining that this resort, this special island in Genshin, is taking her out of the immersion of Genshin. And okay, here's another thing. This was an island introduced during our usual summer event. It is permanent, which is great because we've been asking for that. But exactly, we had been asking for these special areas that they create to be permanent. And let's take a look at the previous special areas that we've been to. Do you guys remember Bottle Land? Yeah, she's complaining about a giant slide here. Bottle Land had a roller coaster. We rode on a roller coaster with Klee. She's real bitter about Natlan for reasons that don't make, like, total sense, if she's okay with everything that came before it. Always getting into fights. If you don't, you're probably ill. You like Natlan, but you're the minority. If I go to a resort in Mexico and I don't fight the cartel, am I an ass? I don't know. I think she did the story. She knows more than I do. I mean, like, I don't know if she did the story. It's not really like about the story yet. She's not really talking about story yet. So far, it's just the aesthetics of Natlan, and I don't really know. Like, some of these complaints don't make any sense.
For this area.
I was gonna get worked up on this part because of like the weird argument about how the resort is a resort and it doesn't fit the rest. Like, that doesn't make it, like, okay. It's like saying, like, if I go to like when I went to Thailand, right? Like, there are places I know in Thailand that are fancier, right? And they do look different from like, what the rest of the main like big cities and stuff might look like in Thailand. And that's because they're made like specially for that. Like, they're formed like sometimes for that. In some places in Seoul, they form whole islands like that are man-made. And those places are fancier than perhaps, other parts. Like, that's just the world. Do you know what I mean? This is a resort. I don't know why she is complaining about it being immersion breaking, because like they're allowed to have a fancy place. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird. It's a weird complaint. This person just hates Mexicans in Mexico. They can just say it. No, I don't think we need to go that far. I don't know if like they're hating on Mexicans here. I don't know about the resort because I didn't experience it in game, but with Natlan's more just sci-fi and traditional stuff. Yeah, but I mean, like, okay, like, Kira made a good point earlier. I know you weren't here for it, but Kira pointed out how, like, it is weird to have the mindset that just because these people are tribal or whatever, that they can't have, like, a more advanced technology, right? Um, and I think that that is a misconception that a lot of people have, and it's a bit hardwired into us based on, like, the way that we learn things. But I think it's like it's something to self-reflect on. Like, why do we feel that way, right? And I think that, like, the dragon tech being lost technology, but that was once very advanced, right? Um, is like a valid reason for why you do see more advanced tech in certain aspects of Natlan while also seeing more traditional designs. Do you know what I mean? So I just think it's a good thing to keep in mind. Going into this bad faith because she said she only knows how Americans react and didn't want to look up others. Yeah, that's like, yeah, that was my one of my, well, no, my first red flag was the very obvious nostalgia lenses, but my second one is definitely this weird opinion that she's basing whether or not the game got bad only based on what the United States, like, community took from it. And I don't know if that's, especially the United States, like, I don't know if that's the best, like, audience, you know what I mean? To be like, to be holding up as, like, the reason you have this opinion. Yeah.
There been silly summer themed areas in the past? Yes.
Yes. Yes. We were in a fairy tale book. We were in another semi amusement park.
But none of them have ever had an aesthetic on par with this one. I mean,
What do you mean? What do you mean?
the Golden Apple Archipelago just looks like it was taken straight out of Mondstadt or
That's just not true. What do you mean? Okay, look at this. Yeah, sure. The giant rocks look like Liye. Where are we seeing these trees in Mondstadt and Liye? I feel like this is not common. What? Where are we seeing coconut trees in Mondstadt and Liye? What do you mean? I can confirm they are not here. Yeah, like, what do you mean?
Liyue in terms of design, while still looking very fantastical, with impossible landscapes that could only be created by a mage of incredible power like Alice. Unfortunately, the visual aspects aren't Natlan's only faults. I and many others also found the lore and quest of this region to be pretty lacking.
Okay. We're gonna get into the lore part. I'm already being pretty mean. I'm gonna try and I'm gonna try to be fair. Try to be fair, but I'm already a little skeptical, okay? Based on, like, her other, and like, okay, this is what I was saying earlier. Like, she's saying that the things she doesn't like are, like, the immersion breaking aesthetics and whatever. But, like, none of that has really been supported because it's like stuff that either was already true about earlier regions, right? It was stuff that was either already true about earlier regions, um, or like it's just stuff that she doesn't really expand on at all. So, like, I don't know, man. Like, what do you mean?
Two, we'll start with the basics. Each nation in Tivat has a divine ideal that is represented by the Archon. So far, we've been introduced to 6 ideals of
Okay, so divine ideals, right? Freedom, contracts. Contracts is still weird. I honestly think the actual ideal in Ligue is commerce. Eternity, wisdom, justice. All of those are easy enough. I'm so glad I didn't miss this.
7. Freedom, contracts, eternity, wisdom, justice,
Oh,
and
I didn't
war.
need to say that.
Most of these, at
She's
least
already
to me,
saying them all.
represent a good idea of what a divine ideal should be. Something that a god is supposed to uphold in their nation. Sometimes
What do you mean by what a good ideal should be, something a god should uphold in their nation? There are so many like, ideals. I don't know, like, like, can you give me an example of a not good ideal? And also, I'm like, contracts I've always thought contracts was weird. Like, I've always thought the ideal of holding faith in a contract not gonna lie, it is a little bit I'm sure that there are, like, deep, deep reasons for why this makes sense, but, like, I don't know, contracts doesn't sound all that impressive when you put it next to freedom and justice. Do you know what I mean? Sorry.
Sometimes upholding the ideal leads to conflict in the region, for example, in her upholding of
How are contracts godlike? I know, right? Behold the power of the con honestly, that sounds like super, like, that if anything, that's the most modern. If anything, that's the most modern, like, concept here.
eternity. Raiden Shogun sealed her borders and stole the ability to use elemental magic from her people, all for the sake of keeping Inazuma the same for all time. At the same time, Raiden herself represents the concept of eternity. She locks herself away to practice hundreds of years of meditation.
Okay. But she's not locked up anymore. Are we saying that she's abandoned her ideal of eternity? I'm pretty sure she didn't. I'm pretty sure that eternity is still her ideal, right? It was like what? What? Okay, because I don't even know what she's about to say for Mavuika or whatever, but like this is a bad example. Like this one's a bad example. If you look at Zhongli, he at least is like, you know, maintaining his silence because it was, you know, it's like in line with his contract. If you look at Venti, he's just as free as a bird as always. But like Raiden undergoes a significant change compared to the other archons in the sense that like she has to, even though her ideal is eternity, she has to like modify her ideals and go with the flow and change with the times. Like this was a bad example. Did she say good ideals or what archons thought are? She said, I don't think she means like they are good in and of themselves. I think she means they are good as in befitting of an archon, befitting of a god. Raiden also sees that eternity is not the best thing without change. Yeah, like if anything, she's the one whose like position on her ideal is the most changed, right? Compared to the others.
And uses undying puppets of herself to exact her will on the people of her nation. It's honestly very upsetting the way that they rushed through her arc so much because I think she would have made for such a compelling character otherwise.
Okay, I don't understand this either. Like she's acknowledging, okay, she's saying that things got bad in Natlan, but she's also acknowledging that Inazuma had problems. So I'm like, I think the game is just pretty up and down then. I don't think the game is getting worse. You know what I mean? I think it just has like with everything, you know, good chapters and bad chapters or good chapters and less good chapters. Do you know what I mean? Like it's a weird argument to make when Inazuma, like it's a weird argument to make that the lore and the story is getting worse like after Natlan when Inazuma exists is what I'm saying. Yeah. Venti is like freedom, but also the epitaph of the paradox of, yeah, exactly. He's a god, but who wants his people to be free. So like he can't really be a god, right? No, I totally understand what you mean. I think you mean epithet, right? He's just talking about before the traveler came, or she's also taking into account after the traveler came. I think she's talking about like she has to be talking about everything, right? I wish they would redo Inazuma because it was the most rushed. Yeah, I do think like if Inazuma had more acts, it would have been better because I think they were sticking to that 3-act format. And they really needed 5 the way that we got with Sumeru and Fontaine, right? Because I think it was starting with Sumeru that we got longer stories, like longer Archon quests. And I think they really should have started that in Inazuma when the story was getting really serious.
Now think about Mavuika in the same way, with regards to her divine ideal, which is war. How does she represent war? Well,
Also a weird ideal. Like just already. Do you know what I mean? Like it's one thing for your ideal to be passion and maybe that leads to fighting or something. But like, let's be real, like, just like contracts, I think war is also a weird ideal to uphold as a god.
She's fighting.
Like, she's like, well, unless she's the god of war, but that's different.
War against the abyss, like everybody else in Tibet. Yeah, maybe they have it worse than other nations, but still, what happens when the war ends? Which it does.
Oh god. This is directly an opposite. Okay, hang on a moment, okay? Did she just downplay how big of a deal Natlan's ongoing war with the Abyss is? They have to do regular, like, no other nation, like, when the Abyss comes a-knocking, the other nations respond. But no other nation is on a regular basis sending their children into the Abyss to fight because, like, they have to. You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean? Like, they just have it a little worse. At the very beginning, we see Kachina, a tiny child, right? Like, getting sent into war with the Abyss. Like, but also, she said, what happens when the war ends? We just talked about A. We just talked about how with A, like, her ideal of eternity had to be like adjusted, right? Like, and okay, here's another thing. So one, that's contradictory if she thinks like it's fine for, like, you know, Inazuma to get a free pass on whatever was going on with A, but not, you know, whatever's happening with war here. But sorry, I need to calm down because my words are not making sense and I can tell. Okay. A's eternity ended, right? And there's no critique about that. She made no critique about that. If she had, I wouldn't be upset about this. B, this was actually already addressed. This was already addressed. When the war with the Abyss ended, Mavuika still decided that they would continue with competitions in Natlan. Just this time, the prize isn't a free ticket into a war zone. And I feel like that is a fair adjustment to maintain the ideal of quote-unquote war and battle, right? By continuing to have various nation-sponsored competitions. This was already addressed. Mavuika is still maintaining that ideal, just in a less murdery way.
At the end of the Archon quest. It's not like Mavuika is some battle-crazed maniac. At most, she's...
Why should she be? Why should she be?
She's just kind of thoughtless and reckless in her actions. Do you see how...
She's thoughtless and reckless? Yeah, she is. I feel like that is befitting, though, of the pyro element, which is all very passionate people. And that can lead into fights and stuff.
War doesn't really work as a divine ideal, and least of all with Mavuika as its
What do you mean? It's not any worse than contracts.
representative. Also, it's a nation of war made up of 6 different factions.
Also, okay. I have so many things. Okay, okay. Okay. So she said war does not work as a godly ideal, right? Or as a divine concept. And yet, throughout most of history, so many cultures have had a god of war. So many cultures that believe in gods have had or believed in a god of war. I think it's very normal, you know, in terms of, I was saying earlier, I don't think it works perfectly as like a concept just because, like, you know, in terms of an ideal as in like a philosophy or something. But I do think that historically, we do have to consider the various gods of war, right, throughout history, right? War is the most divine concept. Yeah, like it's a very common concept for gods. So I feel like that is just like she can say it doesn't make sense in how it's applied in the game or portrayed, but like it's a perfectly fitting divine concept, right? Like okay, so and this is the problem when you take an America only approach to your criticism.
And yet there's absolutely no conflict between them. It really just doesn't make any sense.
God. This was also addressed. Okay. So I have a couple issues with this. One, this was already addressed. She's saying that these nations, these separate tribes in Natlan didn't have like any conflicts, like interpersonal conflicts. That's not true. Aoife's entire event story quest was all about how they used to not get along very well at all. But they came together, right? Because they needed to fight against the abyss, which makes a lot of sense. Various nations will form treaties to fight against a common enemy, right? But also, it was addressed. There was conflict, right? Like, it's not as if it never existed in their history. She says Mavuika is not a god with the idea of war because she doesn't fight the rest. Yeah, apparently Mavuika isn't bloodthirsty enough. I don't think you need to be. Like, okay, even if we, okay, again, looking at how gods of war, historically speaking, tend to be portrayed, many of them are not actually portrayed as just being bloodthirsty. Many of them are portrayed as being strategic, and good, like competent generals or leaders, right? I think in that sense, Mavuika is portrayed as a generally competent leader and general. So I don't. Mavuika is distracting you right now. Bigger threat. Yeah, exactly. They'll help each other, and then they can maybe. And that's the thing, is Mavuika solve that problem in a decent way, where she's like, well, I still think it's a good idea for us to have like healthy competition. So we can still have these sports competitions, right? But let's not treat it as like like actually this is kind of brilliant. So it's based off of traditional ball games, right? In Mesoamerica, where like those tribes would use these as a way of doing politics, right? So like having athletes compete against each other in order to decide like who was top dog or whatever, which nation was going to get what, like was a sensible and healthier way of doing diplomacy than just fighting to the death, right? And I think that that's what Natlan was trying to emulate. That's kind of how Mavuika runs things. And I think that's good. I don't think that's bad. Like, I think it makes sense for her character and just in general, because, like, it is weird to kind of want the tribal nation to just always be fighting. It's kind of weird. Like, this is maybe the fourth red flag, right? This is kind of weird. I'm just, I don't think she means for anything to come off like this, but it is kind of coming off like Yeah. Hi AQ. What's up? We are currently watching this video that got some buzz um in the Genshin community, and at first I was trying to be quite gentle about this, but yeah, there's a lot of issues I have with this video. You think this comes from cinema where God of War seems to get off on chaos? Yeah, there's a different god for chaos in various like things too, right? So I don't know. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Mavuika as an Archon, which is why I still don't have her. But like, I don't think this. I don't think these complaints make sense.
This is why I
Menti asks people have a cup of tea instead of fights, and Mavuika make yeah. I think she manages to portray her ideal pretty well, but in a way that still makes her a decent ruler, which I think is not a bad thing. Like, which does she want her to be a bad ruler? Like,
personally always thought it would be cool if the Pyro Archon was a villain to her people. Maybe she makes them fight each other, gladiator style, for her own entertainment. And then
okay, but that's just your personal do you know what I mean? Like, that's just your personal headcanon. Like, that's having, like, an expectation and being mad that it didn't, like, happen in the game.
maybe we would have a better rebellion storyline than Inazuma with an Archon that's completely irredeemable. Because we certainly know that the Cryo Archon.
Why do we need an Archon that's irredeemable? Like, sure, we can have one. Sure, it would be interesting, but, like, why do we need one? Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that, like, from this part, it seems like she's just upset that her expectations for a darker game aren't being met. And it's if you look at Genshin, I don't think it's really meant to be that dark of a game. Like, it is, like, of course, it has, like, hidden lore that is quite dark. But what I mean is, like, it's not meant to be a game, I feel like, with a bad ending. Do you know what I mean?
Is gonna get redeemed in some way if she's ever going to become playable. We will also touch on that in a later section in more detail. Instead, in Mavuika, we have an Archon who is a Mary Sue. Ironic when she
Didn't she just say that she was reckless and thoughtless? How can she be a Mary Sue who is also reckless and thoughtless?
She's the only Archon who is actually a human and would likely have the most flaws out of any of them. The thing is, Mavuika is very flawed. She is extremely irresponsible.
How is she a Mary Sue if she is very... Does she know what a Mary Sue is? Does she know what a Mary Sue is?
Responsible and brash, even when it will put the lives of her entire nation at stake. Her nation is at war with the Abyss, and she's like, well, best thing I can do for you guys now is go to sleep for 500 years and hope and pray that the heroes I need will appear to me when I need them. What? That is crazy of you! And yet the game tries to make me feel bad for her for doing this. The game, instead of pointing out how terrible and risky this plan is, just
I don't think so. I know how your eye is switching in your model. No, it's I think it's just the rigging. My eye is just twitching. Well, actually, it might just be my actual eye because I do think one of my eyes blinks differently than the other eye. I don't really know. But anyway, um okay. I have problems with some of the story in Natlan. I do think it was one of the more boring stories, not gonna lie. Like, in terms of overall, there were hype moments, but I do feel like overall the story's not as impactful for me as, like, but I guess, like, the stakes weren't, like, the stakes were high, but I didn't feel them as much. Or I don't know. We'll talk about that later. My feelings on Natlan are kind of a mess, but, like, they have changed a little bit over time. I I don't like how Mavuika I don't resonate with Mavuika. Actually, that's a better way to say it. I don't resonate with Mavuika. She's not my type of Archon, but I don't agree with this particular criticism. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand why or how she is saying Mavuika is a Mary Sue, but she's flawed.
focuses on the fact that Mavuika had to say goodbye to her family in order to put this plan into action. Dog, I do not care. The writing doesn't focus at all on what's important here. It just makes her out to be the perfect Archon who's good at everything and refuses to fail. There were no...
Yeah. But, like, being passionate, refusing to fail. That's kind of what she has to be a good leader. Right? Oh my god, I can't believe this girl is actually making me defend Mavuika. But that is kind of her job. I know, right? And more importantly, her job as an Archon who is at war constantly, like whose nation is in a perpetual state of war. She kind of has to be like this passionate and good at her job. Otherwise, Natlan would be doomed. We wouldn't have a Natlan to visit.
No memorable parts of that quest for me, except for maybe the final battle.
There were no memorable parts of that quest for you? Really? 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 Not the part where, like, Mavuika and Capitano faced off? Not the part where Mavuika punched a hole in the sky? Really? Refusing to fail is more of a thought process. Yeah, exactly. And if she is willing to fail, they're kind of doomed, right? Like, they're actually doomed. By the end of this video, you'll be ready to pull for Mavuika. You knew back then she had no chance, but that one, yeah, exactly. It wasn't like this is a bad faith reading of Mavuika. It's not as if Mavuika was super confident in her plan, right? I think the whole point of Mavuika's storyline is that she can't afford basically to not be confident and sure of herself, because the moment she slips, she puts her entire nation in danger. And maybe I'm reading too much into it, but that is kind of how I feel like she was meant to be read, right? And so she does do things that are kind of reckless, but she does them with a sense of confidence because I think she feels she has to live up to this expectation as an Archon. And I think that she does have a stronger personality that's capable of doing that, but that doesn't mean that we're not allowed to feel some empathy for her. Like, I think it makes sense that she is sad and they want to show that she is sad about leaving her family behind, but she just doesn't show it that much. But I think you're not supposed to not feel that. You know what I mean? Like, I think she just has no empathy for Mavuika. She has to give hope to the people because, yeah, exactly. They look to her for hope. So she has to be confident. I can't believe now she was winging it. She was taking a leap of faith with the heroes. No, she was winging it to a degree, but it was like not winging it. She was taking a leap of faith. So you're right. There's a difference between taking a leap of faith and winging it. She was taking a leap of faith, but it's because she didn't see a better option that would help her get everything. Like, she basically was like all or nothing, right? And that is one of her flaws, one of her flawed characteristics, is that she is unwilling to compromise, right? But because she has that resolve, sure, it's risky, but because she has that resolve, that's also what makes her a great leader, since she can back up her resolve. Do you know what I mean? Not with the leap of faith thing about the heroes, that was kind of crazy, but like, she also like just has faith in her nation and her people, and thought that like surely by then we'll have figured something out. Which also, okay, to be fair, like, I agree. Like, I'm saying it's a weird balancing act, and I don't necessarily think they did a great job of it, but I do think like she's not giving her credit where credit is due, or like why she's being written this way, or rather she's not giving the writers credit for where credit is due, because I do think that like it's not entirely bizarre that she's written this way, because she's a character who kind of has to be this confident all the time, right? You hate Natlan with all your bones, but this is not it. Yeah, it's just weird. Like, it's a weird critique. Wasn't that also a prophecy? Yeah, that's true.
And it's not even like the characters here can make up for this nation's incredibly boring and stupid story. For me, all of them were so...
I do agree the story was less than interesting for me overall when I look back on it, but there were hype moments.
Nothing. It boggles my mind that so many of y'all are shipping these MFs together.
Wait, what? What the fuck? What? Did she just say What I think she said?
When they barely have interesting relationships with each other at all.
What the fuck? Okay. Okay, we're about to throw hands. Oh, no, she did not. This isn't even about shipping. What do you mean? Hang on.
Characters here can make up for this nation's incredibly boring and stupid story. For me, all of them were so nothing. It boggles my mind that so many of y'all are shipping these MFs together when they barely have interesting relationships with each other at all. I feel like all of their personalities could be explained in
Barely have interesting relation. What do you mean? I saw earlier. She ships Xingqiu and Chongyun. She ships Xingqiu and Chongyun. How is she not seeing the Aoife and Ororon? Probably because she doesn't have them, I assume? I read all of Ororon's story. Who was throwing shit at Natlan? I don't know. This person... Okay, I was about to, like, try and calm myself down, you know? But no. The one rule is not... No, it's not even attacking ships. It might have a time glitch for a while. I know, it's because I fell out of frame. Okay. But that aside, ships aside, what do you mean they don't have meaningful relationships? Citlali and Ororon's entire relationship, right, is so key to a huge part of the Archon quest, one of the major acts, right? Everybody was, you know, throwing themselves into danger to rescue Kachina because that's how much she meant to them, right? Kachina was everybody's little hero in the first act, and honestly, the first two acts of Natlan were really important to me and maintained my interest because largely of the Kachina storyline. All right. Natlan was odd at first, but it's beautiful. Later you learn the beauty of it. Now it's good. This is crazy to say. Here's the thing. I am a person who lives for character interactions, right, in this game. And I just think that like if there's one thing that Natlan did really well, it was to show the relationships of the characters and like to have these interactions that you always look forward to with the characters. Like I'm always a fan of it. And so, oh, that's a crazy take.
one word. Mulan is bubbly.
That is every character? Every character can be summed up by a trope. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh my god. Venti is a drunk. There, I summed him up for you. One word, I still think it's appropriate. Right? Kay is a flirt. Lisa's a flirt. Jean is a type A. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? The characters in Natlan do have so much depth. In fact, like one of the things I love about reading character stories in Natlan is like you have stories like Kinich's, where it's like a character who is very, very like he has such like a troubled and deep past. You know what I mean? And like, how do you not fall for him immediately because of that trauma? Aoife and Ororon, perfectly shippable, right? Ororon and Citlali have such an interesting relationship. One that's not romantic, right? Despite them, like, you know, like no one really ships them, right? But like at the same time, they have a very close relationship, which is like somewhat rare to find. Like it's just this is such a bad take. This is possibly her worst take yet.
Kanich is standoffish. Kachina is...
Kanich is standoffish? You got that from the first two acts? What's wrong with you? Ah!
Secure. Varesa, she eats a lot. Oh,
Kenichi's responsible. Like, that's, if you're going to reduce him to a trait, at least get the right one.
and Mavuika. What can be said that I haven't already touched on? She's good at everything. She's the perfect Archon, and
Pedro may hate me for this, but I think Natlan has more character actions than it should have, to the point of making it feel like filler. That's fine. That's different. But like, that's the thing, right? Like, even if you like aren't a fan of like the way that it comes out off, like the way that it's portrayed, the point is she's wrong. Do you know what I mean? Like, the point is she's so wrong. Like, the point is that she is saying that these characters have no, like, you know, chemistry or deep meaningful relationships, and I'm like, that's just objectively wrong. That's objectively wrong. I agree with Varesa. I do not agree with Varesa, but I have always been a Varesa defender, and I will defend Varesa again if she talks more shit about her, which I do feel like she's going to.
even her reckless plan for saving her nation isn't questioned by anyone that matters or treated by the game.
That's not true. You're right. You're right. She didn't play the story. She didn't do the story. She didn't do the story. That's objectively wrong. There is an entire act dedicated to trying to change Mavuika's mind, and they don't, but it is questioned by very important characters. Ah! Okay, guys, I didn't expect to get this heated, but I think it's because we're at the story and lore parts. You loved all the interactions, that's why I like Natlan. Yeah, I love the interactions.
As risky at all, even though it is. And in the end,
what do you mean it's not treated as risky? An entire act was dedicated to how there was an alternative plan, but she was like unwilling to compromise.
She just defeats the abyss with the power of friendship. It reminds
Yeah, because that was okay. Again, I don't know how she is saying that Genshin got bad or became bad with Natlan when these are her complaints, because need I remind everybody, but the Traveler also defeats A with the power of friendship. That's entirely how the Inazuman plotline goes, right? But at least in Natlan, it makes a lot of sense, because it was always about all of the tribes coming together to defeat the abyss. It's not just the power of friendship, it's the power of community. It is the power of unity, right? And putting aside your differences for a common cause. In fact, that is a major theme in the Natlan storyline. It is why Capitano ends up becoming an ally to Mavuika, despite him being from the Fatui and there to get her gnosis. Okay? This is a major misunderstanding of themes. Okay. I need to breathe for a moment, because otherwise I would just be screaming into the microphone. No. This video is, she said, up to Luna 5. She has done up to Luna 5. So this is not old. This is like from 2 weeks ago, by the way. This video is from like 2 weeks ago. But a major theme is how important community is. And actually, to that point, I am going to defend the interactions in Natlan and say that that is the reason that there is so much like of a portrayal of character interactions in Natlan, because it feeds that theme that like community is really what matters the most in Natlan. And okay, I have more to say. I have more to say in defense of Natlan. I can't believe I am defending Natlan this much. Every Archon's ideal, right, has a counter ideal, right? Justice, and with that truth, right, versus like performance and farce. Okay? Freedom versus control as a god, right? Like, all of the Archons struggle a little bit with their ideal and counter ideal. Okay? And I think it actually is perfect that community is such an important theme in Natlan because it is the nation of war. Because it is the nation of war, right? Which is conflict versus community. I think thematically it's perfect. Now that I'm thinking about it like that. She didn't play the story. We're still not halfway through the video. Oh no.
We have that TikTok where they had the cutscene with all the heroes side by side with the clip from My Little Pony Equestria Girls. The writers go out of their way to make Mavuika seem like the coolest person ever, when in reality she has like no personality. Like, can we talk about how her trailer was just this cringe ass music?
I don't think she has no personality. I just think my ultimate conclusion with Mavuika is her personality is not one that resonates with me because she's very confident and I tend to latch onto characters who are very insecure. And that's just a me thing, right? And I do think a lot of people are like that because or like characters that have a lot more obvious flaws. But at the same time, like there's someone out there for like, you know, Mavuika, right?
Video.
You think she's rage baiting for sure? I don't know. This seemed like a very sincere video, but I just think like she's determined to hate. That's what it feels like. She's determined to hate.
Where all of the nation heroes are playing instruments in a band.
I do admit this was weird. I remember when this came out and I was kind of like, what is happening? I acknowledge this was weird, but like, that's not her character.
Oh my god. It's like literally unbearable to watch. And it's not like any of the other characters do anything to move the plot forward. This region doesn't
Caffey boobs are not personality. Caffey boobs are not personality.
Even know how to treat its lore relevant characters.
That was fun.
Auroran and Yansan are the Natlan heroes from the Masters of the Nightwind and the Collective of Plenty, respectively, but I guess they're not important enough to be the focuses of the Tribal Chronicles. Instead,
I have issues. You know how I said that like character like 5-star stories started being part of like the main Archon quest in starting with the Nefa? That is true, still kind of true. But that said, 4-star characters being a huge part and major like focuses of Archon quests has been true since earlier. And a good example actually is Natlan. The first 2 acts, and okay, the first act of Natlan. Oh, actually, no, you know what? Maybe Moalani. Well, no, that was okay. Sorry. I'm a little confused about Moalani, so I'm gonna ignore that for a bit. But Kachina, right? Let's talk about Kachina. Kachina is a huge part of Acts 1 and 2. And her character development and her coming into herself and becoming a more confident person. Like that is like a huge part of not only her own like it's not just important to her character building, but it also moves the plot along. Her journey is what forces us to enter the picture, right? And face the abyss in the Night Kingdom. And then Ororon's character story is an entire act of the Archon quest. It's an entire act of the Archon quest. What do you mean? Only bad thing about Natlan is Yansan isn't a 5-star. Yes, and actually, okay, Yansan was side pushed to the side. Yeah, I agree with that. Yansan deserves better. Definitely agree with that. But like, Ororon's not a good example here. Ororon is not a good example. He took up an entire sideline. Thank you. Ororon took up an entire act of the Archon quest. That's why they didn't feel the need for him to be such a focus, right? In the Tribal Chronicles, and that's why they made it about Citlali. Because they'd already covered Ororon. He already went through his arc. Oh my god.
are the Natlan heroes from the Masters of the Nightwind and the Collective of Plenty, respectively, but I guess they're not important enough to be the focuses of the Tribal Chronicles. Instead, those honors are given to Citlali and Varesa, the latter of which...
I've already talked about Citlali, but Varesa is, like, I don't, like, okay, you know what? Let's let her say more about Varesa so I can say it all at once, because I think it's gonna be the same shit that we've heard before, and I will always defend Varesa. The 4 stars have big stories in Natlan. Not all though, but also there were a lot of characters, and you feel like Yansan and Varesa both came too late, so they only had smaller quests. Yeah, Yansan didn't really get a Yansan focus quest, to be honest. And that's fair. Like, I agree that there is something to be said about that. Especially because she was a somewhat hyped up character being part of the like original trailers, you know? But yeah. What are the comments? You're kind of curious. Listen, it's more than just boobs.
We hadn't
Okay,
even
good.
met during the Natlan Archon quest. She was literally invented just to take Yansan's place. I wonder why that is. In any case, most of the important actions are driven by...
You can't say she was literally invented to take Yansan's place because you're not on the dev team. Like, you can't just make statements like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, sorry.
Mavuika and the Traveler, so none of these characters feel important at all. They're just accessories to, again, the power of friendship.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. It's not true. Oh my god. Her proof is so bad. Her proofs are bad, and she's objectively wrong. They spent 5 acts. I think it was a 5-act story, right? Or 6 acts, building up, right, to this moment because they had spent so much time fleshing out all of these characters and giving them like a chance, like giving us a chance to get to know them and how they fit into their communities. Because community is the whole theme.
Storyline. But like I said, that obviously doesn't work unless these characters feel like they have meaningful relationships with each other.
You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Which they don't.
They do.
Needless to say, I did not pull for any of the Natlan characters,
and that's why you don't know anything about them.
Though their combat mechanics are in the meta, right behind lunar reactions. The only one I really wanted, and only just recently got on Inefa's rerun, was the 4-star character Aoife, and that's mostly because
you don't deserve Aoife. That's a personal attack, but I will make that one attack. You don't deserve Aoife. You don't deserve Aoife because you don't see how gay he is with Ororon.
He's a gorgeous cowboy. On the topic of Natlan,
and you call yourself a shipper.
Meta, Natlan is also when the shill started getting really bad. Soon enough, the abyss.
Let me see. You hated the Natlan final fight where only Traveler and Mavuika went in to actually fight. The others were outside and prayed for. I do think that there was probably a better way to have done that, and it would have been nice if like more characters had been involved. But that said, I don't think that the issue with everybody joining collectively to pray is an issue because like even if the main characters, the playable characters were inside or outside, the whole nation would have still done that. And I think it would have been very fitting because that was always how Natlan worked. Like they would gather together and unite, and then that would be what would revive the heroes who went down to fight the abyss, right? It was the power of their collective voices. That was always a major theme with Natlan. And so, like, I feel like that would have happened no matter what, not necessarily with playable characters. And maybe, like, you know, we could have had more playable characters in the mess. But I don't, like, her issue, right, is like, oh, it's the power of friendship. But that's the point. Like, and it's always been the point, right? First time I see you angry. I get angry about things like this a lot, actually. Like, I think I get angry about misreadings, like, the most. Because I'm just like, this is bad. I feel like she was not interested that much in Genshin when she played the game now and skipped a lot of dialogue. Not that much into lore because you have no time. Made sense for me that everybody prayed and sang for the heroes because they always... Yeah, exactly. It was, like, a very common thing. So, like, I feel like, yeah, I understand that people wanted the heroes to be inside. And I don't necessarily think that was wrong. I think that that's fine to have the heroes inside or out. I don't... That's not my issue. My issue is her complaint with this seems to be the whole, like, the whole concept of it all. And I'm like, but that's the entire point, is it's a community. Natlan is about community. And I think she just missed a major theme of the story. And I think it's because she missed that. And she must have skipped dialogue. She must have skipped dialogue. Because how does she read Natlan as a story in which none of the characters have any meaningful interactions? Like, she must have been playing while half asleep, because so much of the story in Natlan is driven by these characters' interactions. Like, Kachina is the reason we first go into the Night Kingdom, right? And even discover that Molani is one of the heroes. It's how we then learn that, you know, about Mavuika's plan and about where she's really from, like 500 years ago. And then Ororon and, like, oh, sorry, Citlali. It's because of Citlali's relationship with Ororon that we end up pursuing him in the way that we do, right? And learning about, like, his plan with the captain, right? Like, and then, you know, because of, like, that interaction, we then lead to a direct connection made between the captain and Mavuika, and, you know, he gets to challenge her decisions, like, directly. So, like, it's a lot of the Natlan story is character driven, right? They have many meaningful interactions. They don't have meaningful interactions and too many interactions at the same time for her, and that makes no sense. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me.
This and other endgame modes are tailor-made for Night Soul mechanics, with some bosses that are nearly impossible to beat without Natlan characters in the team.
Okay, but you get a free Natlan character. Like, you get Kachina. You always get a free character for the region, right? And it does take time, but, like, you don't even get that boss open until, like, you get through the storyline with the Traveler, and then you have the Traveler. The Traveler is a Night Soul character. This complaint doesn't make sense. Because she used the Dragon Boss, right? And the Dragon Boss is one that you don't even get until, like, you know, you get to the end of the story, and the Traveler's, like, pyro powers are unlocked. You have no issue with praying, but you have an issue with building up your heroes. And yeah, no, I agree with that. Like, I think that's fine to have it as a critique, right? But her issue seems to be, like, in general, the power of friendship being the problem. And I don't think that that's true. Like, I don't think that that's an issue, right? But yeah, look, I understand where Mizu is coming from. So I understand, and I agree with that type of criticism. I just don't think that she's arguing that very well if she's in the same position as Mizu. And I don't really think she is in the same position as Mizu, and that's because she seems to be completely misreading the characters in Natlan. Like, she seems to be really bad at reading the characters in Natlan. Memory is so great when it comes to the lore. Not really, like all the time, but, like, this is bad.
Start out a trend that only gets worse with time, one that leads us directly into...
Oh no. Not Krai, Columbina, and the Genshin villain problem. The Genshin villain problem is probably similar to what I've always heard, so I like, you know, there's probably room to agree with that. But she is not about to tell me that the Not Cry story is bad. Please tell me she's not about to say that the Not Cry story is bad. Also, I want to say, because now we're in Not Cry and seems she has no more to say about Varesa, that I want to take a moment to defend Varesa. I do not agree with her that Varesa's only trait is that she eats a lot. That is not true. That's a very superficial reading of her. And if you actually did her like Tribal Chronicles quest or whatever, her story quest, you would see that Varesa's problem has nothing to do with her body or food. It has entirely to do with her own insecurities, right? And I think that story was actually really fun. I really liked that story. It made me want to pull for her even. So yeah. Not Columbina. Don't dare say a word. No, I need a break. It's 2 minutes to get something to drink. You know what? Me too. Hang on a second. I'm gonna get myself a tea or more tea because I finished my tea in my rage. Not to mention saying her personality is only eating a slight eating is a slight on Mexicans and luchadores. Yeah, to some degree, right? This might be a spoiler, but she still has a lot. Oh, okay. I don't know why she's not saying it in the Notland section, but sure. All right. Okay, let's go. Oh man, I got really heated. I think I started off pretty calm, you guys. In my defense, I tried my best.
It's hard to forget how hyped people were when the first trailer for the new area of Teyvat, Krai, was
Yeah.
released. Krai is a subnation of Snezhnaya, the last of the 7 nations we were supposed to visit in our search for our lost twin, so naturally the lore is getting pretty intense here. But the reaction to seeing so many lore
Okay. I remembered earlier she said she's not a complete lore person. I will say, though, that even if you are not a lore person, that misreading of Natlan cannot be forgiven. But I also think it's interesting that she says the lore gets more intense, because I feel like, if anything, the lore becomes more open and transparent for the viewers or players who aren't reading everything, right? Like, people who aren't, like, deep in the lore community, um, like, are getting things explained to them directly in game, in story, in Cry.
relevant characters in one trailer was immense. We got first glimpses of 2 members of the Hexen Circle, Alice and Nicole, the Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, Varka, who we'd only heard about in passing until this point, and 2 Fatui Harbingers that hadn't appeared on screen before, Sandrone and Columbina. Every look we got was very fleeting, and it was hard to glean any info from this trailer alone, but people were still so excited. Imagine what Krai has in store if there's so many important characters here, ones that we've only heard whispers about prior. Well, Krai is better than Natlan by a long shot, but would you hate me if I said that this also disappointed me? Don't get me wrong.
I'm already so tired. Hi. Welcome back, Kira. So far what she has said is Cry also disappointed her, even though it was a lot better than Natlan. That's what she said so far. It's a kind of whatever statement. Don't forget Cry made Cry crash out. Wasn't the reason that Cry crashed out, though, like, that Cry made the story, like, or sorry, they said that they were going to explain more of the story explicitly? And I think she was like, she just wanted to be able to dig more and theorize more. That was my take on the crash out, and it was kind of weird. Like, not gonna lie. Like, dude, it felt almost like gatekeepy with the lore. You know what I mean? I'm like, there are players who probably would appreciate the game more if they just understood more of the story. And Nod Cry was kind of necessary for them.
Krai in a lot of ways was kind of a positive.
If I'm wrong, though, my bad. And also, I do like Ashikai, like, generally. I just thought that was weird. But I still like her in her videos. Just putting that out there in case I end up posting this later and somebody comes for me.
Return to form for Genshin. First of all, these characters actually feel like they know each other past teehee, we're all best buddies.
Fuck you. I'm sorry. That was mean. That was mean. I take that back. I take that back. But I just think that the horrible misreading of the characters in Natlan is unforgivable for me right now, right? Especially because she keeps calling back to it. What do you mean, Teehee, we're best friends? Like, there's a sense that Molani and Kinich and Kachina are very, very close, and it's not like in a superficial way. They're very aware of her insecurities, and that's why they make an effort to include her and encourage her, right? They make an effort to, like, hang out. Like, those 3 are kind of core. In fact, in one of the recent hangouts too, you get to see that, like, Molani helps Kachina build up her confidence for her future business by letting her have a chance to work at her own shop, right? And Kinich sits nearby to keep an eye on her in case she needs support. Like, they're constantly showing how involved these characters are in each other's lives. It's not like a superficial thing. It's not like they just say it. They genuinely show it constantly. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm tired.
Aino and Nefer are so sweet, Varka and Flynn's are hilarious together, and Nefer and Lauma have some of the craziest Yuri subtext since Beidou and Ningguang.
That's true. That's objectively true. Like, I'm glad she's caught on to that.
These characters feel.
Why is it bad to show friendships actually, instead of only having stuff happening in the background and we get to know in half sentences what characters we're up to together? You would love for all regions to show us their friendships. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad thing. People got mad when there were rumors that Krai would explain stuff again for players for stuff or oversaw or forgot because how dare people not know everything. Yeah, I think that's a weird thing to be upset about. There's a lot of people who don't know the lore that well. Even as a person who cares about the lore, I forget shit, you know? And so it's nice to, like, know what's important.
Feel more real as a result of their relationships with each other. I could enumerate more about them based on how they interact with others.
You can do that in Natlan. You can literally do that in Natlan. We learn a lot about what kind of people Kinich and Molani and Kachina are in the first act, and I'm always going to come back to them because they are like a really good example, but we learn a lot about them because of those initial interactions, right? And that's why you actually can't say that Kinich is standoffish, because he's not. He's not in the way that he interacts with Kachina and Molani, and we can see that.
Crazy, right? It made for a more interesting quest, too, one that I could more easily become invested in. Krai did a lot of stuff right, but the true problem with the region unfortunately falls on the back of one character for me, one that was so highly anticipated, not just by me, but by so many people in this fandom, but she delivered so little. Columbina. I know, there's a lot of Columbina love.
What do you mean she delivered so little? Like, honestly, I was very impressed by how things turned out with Columbina. In fact, at the beginning, I felt like she wasn't really delivering much, like, or was not going to. And then she actually kind of, like, was really cool, you know? Kinich's guard, he doesn't trust strangers. How is that surprising with his past? Yeah. That's the thing, though. She doesn't know shit about his past. Like, she doesn't know anything about him. And it's like, it's because I think she's not paying attention. If she did the event, she would know about his past, because it's not like his story is entirely hidden in his character story, right? Not that you can't, like, you can also just look those things up. But, like, it's in an event, too. Most of your impressions from yeah, you haven't done, like, the story, Mizu, so I understand. But, like, well, yeah, so we'll see what, like, she has to say about this, but already, like, her Natlan take is so bad that she had me defending Mavuika. Maybe she played only Archon quests? I don't know, because she was talking about, like, events earlier, like Lantern Rite and Windbloom. So, like, if she's going to make any comparisons, right? She can't not be doing event quests.
Lovers out there, but I'm sorry, there are so many reasons.
What is wrong with Mavuika? Mavuika just doesn't resonate with me. It's not like my opinions about Mavuika have changed. I don't necessarily like her as a character, but it's not because, like, anything in particular to do with, like, the writing of her or anything. I understand, like, here's the thing about Mavuika. Over more time, I understand her more as a character, but I don't like her personally. That's all I mean. We can clip you defending Mavuika.
I cannot stand this woman, and part of it is because she's a complete disappointment. You might be familiar with the way that people.
She said she's a complete disappointment, which I think this is going to be another argument where the thing just wasn't what she expected. And it's like, this is what her second, at least, or third time in which her complaint is just, this didn't turn out the way I thought it would. And it's like, okay, sure, but it's not as if, like, okay, there's a way where you can critique that. To be fair, there is a way where you can critique that things didn't turn out the way that they were leading, right? But, like, there's also a complaint that, like, you had a headcanon and it wasn't reflected in the story, and that is annoying. Like, I hate those complaints. Do you know what I mean? Or it's like similar to how people look at, like, leaks of character designs and are disappointed that the character design changed. Do you know what I mean? I think that the Columbina that was in the story, I love her. Like, I love the Columbina that was in the story. Whatever she may have originally been intended as, whatever our expectations of her were, like, that they were subverted is fine to me. I really don't have a problem with that. You know what I mean? Like, how is Columbina as a character in the story? How did she grow and change? What was her arc? I think they did a really good job with her character development. You know? She was lonely, she got used. Yeah, like, she was a character who was she was treated like she was put on a pedestal. She was treated like an other, right? And it made her feel lonely. It made her feel like all her relationships were only transactional. People only talked to her when they wanted something. And so it made sense that she would like, isolate herself. And then she had a whole storyline where she learned that there were people who cared about her beyond what she could offer them. And then like who were her real friends, like Sandrone and Arlecchino. And then she made another friend in the Traveler. And then like that gave her the confidence to cherish herself, right? To really like consider herself another like a real person, and that's why she ended up giving herself her own name and being like quote unquote reborn, right? As like a person. And then she goes through this whole character arc, right? Where like she becomes the powerful being she really is, right? And like she finds her place, and it's actually really well written. I really think that they did a great job with that. And so like this seems really couched in just an expectation of a character, probably based on like the initial like Winter Nights Lazo like trailer, right? And it's like that's your headcanon, girl. How do you correctly critique something like not meeting expectations? Yeah. You had to talk with a coworker for a bit. Is she angry? Yeah, she doesn't like Columbina.
Thought Columbina was going to be a creepy character, maybe leaning into the biblically
I thought she was going to be a creepy character too, but I'm okay that she isn't.
accurate angel aesthetic. There was a super popular theory that Columbina was a member of the canonical angel race.
Yeah, that's
so
fine.
This would make sense in a way.
That was a theory.
This creepy aesthetic for Columbina was also explored in a beautiful animation for Hoyo Fair called Stairway.
Okay, but this is a fan-made content. This is fan-made content. Like, does she think that the Dottore story that happened in here was also canon? Do you know what I mean? Like this was I really liked this short. I really liked it. It was very weird and creepy. But like it was fan-made content. It was at best an AU fan fiction.
to Heaven by Kieru. The imagery is so spooky and it uses like analog horror elements. And if you haven't seen it, you should watch it after this. Oh my god, it's amazing.
Okay, this 100% sounds like this is what she was expecting and she didn't get it, and that's what she's complaining about. And that is not a valid criticism. Like of like there was no promise made about that.
And this assumption that Columbina would be scary was not for nothing. People are always like, you just had an image in your head of what you wanted Columbina to be, and now you're disappointed that it didn't happen.
Yeah.
And even if that is partially why people are disappointed, there is still in-game evidence and evidence in lore-relevant YouTube videos to support what people thought about
Is she gonna give us examples? Because she hasn't been doing a great job of that.
her. Let's go over some, shall we?
Okay.
1.
Let's see.
Columbina's appearance. Let's go over what we knew she looked like from our first look at her, the Winter Nights Lazo trailer. First, she has black and dark pink hair, colors that do not suggest something delicate or gentle. However,
That's fucking crazy. That's really, really? She has... Shiny, you're a designer. What do you think about that opinion?
dark colors are paired with Columbina's winged headdress, made of white feathers like dove wings. Not only does this mirror her name, Columbina, which means little dove, it also bears the appearance of a seraph, a type of angel in Christian theology. Seraphs typically have 3 pairs of wings and have the role of singing the praises of their god. Considering Columbina was a Fatui harbinger, maybe the praises that she was singing were for the Tsaritsa.
I have so many things. But I'm tired, but I'm gonna say them. I'm gonna see. Okay, the seraph imagery, sure, whatever. I think it also matches the dove imagery, so I don't really care about that. She's singing during Senora's funeral. She's not singing to a god. She's singing to her friend or colleague. She's also, now that we're like, again, this was past Luna 5, we have the lyrics that she was singing. We know what the lyrics are. She's not singing praises to the Tsaritsa. You don't need to guess. We know. Oh my god. Oh, by the way, AQ did a cover of the song, I think. So please check out her channel. Yeah.
Columbina is also clearly wearing a black and pink outfit under her fatui coat, something that they very evidently dropped in her final design. Finally, Columbina has her eyes covered, suggesting maybe an unfeeling or uncaring personality, or maybe some mysterious.
I didn't see it that way when it first released, and I didn't understand what she. Yeah, I didn't see it that way either, to be honest. But I'm saying, like, even if she was reaching for that, like, we have the lyrics now. We know, you know what I mean? We don't need to guess. It's been a long time. I think she's like really held on to this video, and I liked this video too. But like, wow. Also, her eyes being covered, sure, it could indicate whatever she just said, but it could also indicate like, you know, someone like deliberately closing their eyes to the world. Her eyes being covered could indicate somebody who's secretly very powerful, which she is, Her eyes being closed, you know, could indicate what actually they tell us in the story, which is that she wants to be distant and detached from humanity. So like that did happen actually, right? Like she did become detached and distant. Hang on a second.
Power that lies behind her eyes. 2. Columbina's actions
Hang on.
she was singing were for the Tsaritsa. Columbina is also clearly wearing a black and
Ignoring
pink
that part.
outfit under her fatui coat, something that they very evidently dropped.
I want
to
to be fair.
Design. Finally, Columbina has her eyes covered, suggesting maybe an unfeeling or uncaring personality, or maybe some mysterious power that lies behind.
Okay, yeah. So the eyes being covered, unfeeling, uncaring. Well, that was what she was aiming for. She was trying to distance herself. And a hidden power. Yeah. She does have she's the moon goddess. Her whole storyline was about how like powerful she really was, and she didn't like quite embrace it at the time, right? Like
behind her eyes. 2.
Like how is that a disappointment that they gave you what you were expecting in that regard?
Columbina's actions. In the trailer, she is singing a soft lullaby, smiling gently while laying along.
Is she mad that the Tsaritsa coat is gone?
The coffin of her recently deceased fellow harbinger. I don't care what anyone says, that's creepy. It shows that she kind of has this detached attitude regarding.
No, it shows that she's autistic. She doesn't follow social norms. Maybe this person doesn't like autistic people.
Death, especially of her own colleague.
Also, this is such a weird read. Like, hang on, listen to this.
Fellow harbinger. I don't care what anyone says, that's creepy. It shows that she kind of has this detached attitude regarding death, especially of her own colleague.
Detached attitude regarding death of her colleague, and yet she is clinging to the coffin. She is clinging to the coffin. I don't think that shows me detachment. What the hell? I found her gentle with the coffin, saying goodbye and wanting to be close. Yeah. That's a wild take.
3. What other characters say about her. Child's voice line about.
Okay, to be fair, Child has been wrong about every single Fatui member. So, like, I don't think that he's a good I don't think that he's the best perspective.
His fellow Harbinger points the most to a scary character in Columbina.
The Fatui Harbingers are ranked by strength, and I have no idea why that girl is number 3. I'd test my skills with every Harbinger who ranks above me if I had the chance. But when it comes to her, something just doesn't feel right. Anyway, you should be careful around her.
Okay. She is ranked number 3 because she's powerful. And again, that's not, I don't know what she's complaining about. She is powerful. Columbina is powerful.
Even Child sounded scared to challenge her to a battle, and he loves fighting with strong opponents. Scaramouche also suggests staying away from her and implies that she is not as innocent as she seems.
Let me ask. What should you do if you were to encounter a damsel who is oblivious and innocent at any given time, and unconcerned and unfeeling in any given situation? If it were me, I could at least challenge her to a fight. But if it were you, with your conscience, I would stay away from her.
I don't really understand this, to be honest. I don't have Scaramouche or Wander, so this is like my first time seeing this, actually, or my first time remembering this. Oblivious and innocent and unconcerned and unfeeling. It just sounds like she's autistic and they don't understand that. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, they can't read her. It sounds like Child and Scaramouche just really can't read her. They both, like, talk about fighting her or not fighting her. But this is interesting. With your conscience, I would stay away from her. What do you mean with your conscience? I don't understand that last line. I just don't understand what they mean by that. Maybe we need to look at, like, a different translation. But yeah, like, I don't really get the same impression. Right?
The way that I've seen people defend this is by saying that Child and Scaramouche are bad at reading people, and they...
I mean, Child seems to actually be pretty bad at reading people. Like, at least, like, girls, you know? They are hurt not being invited to tea parties. Yeah, exactly. These voice lines are evidence of retcon. I don't necessarily buy that, because that would mean, like, everybody's kind of retconned. Because, like, Child's voice lines about everybody are a little bit off, like, when it comes to the Harbingers, right? And I think it's because they're not that close, right? It just seems like they just don't know each other. He's looking at them from a distance, right? Like, Child says stuff about how Arlecchino is, like, not to be trusted. She would betray you at a heartbeat. Like, but then when he acknowledges, like, later in a scene where he talks with Arlecchino, that she's not what he expected. He'd only heard about her. And again, he says he heard about her from a third party, and that was the impression he got. And that was Pulcinella. So, like, it's already pretty clear that Child is looking at these characters from a distance, and he may not have the best read on them. Do you know what I mean? He's also traveling a lot. They have him, like, one of the things about Child is they have him on the front lines a lot because he likes to fight. So he's not necessarily around these characters all the time either. So I think, like, that's, like, a really important thing to keep in mind. I don't know about Scaramouche, to be honest. Like, I don't even know what his voice lines about the others are. But, like, yeah, like, I just don't think Child is the best character just to use as your understanding of, like, as your base for, like, understanding any of the Fatui Harbingers. Skara is guarded and trusts nobody. Of course, somebody seemingly innocent but so high in ranks as someone to stay away from. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's a doll with lack of range of emotion, so he's still... Yeah, like, maybe he's the type of autistic that didn't resonate with her autistic. I'm sorry. We're back to the autism coding with everything, but, like, a lot of characters in this game are autistic coded. Since Child's first playable Fatui, his voice line seemed to be an attempt at a misdirect for the other Fatui members. Yeah, I do think that could be part of it, right? Like, it could be a deliberate misdirect.
I didn't know her that...
Oh, that's another thing. Like, Child's voice lines about Skirk are also ultimately kind of wrong, right? Like, I mean, they're not completely wrong, but, like, he's focused on like this one thing, and the way that he describes her turns out to not really be how she is. There's a lot like to be said about how like the game does make an effort to show you that none of the characters like have a perfect point of view of the world, like an overarching point of view of the whole world. Like they all have their own biases, and you're supposed to look at the various like you're supposed to look at how they interact with various characters to see what kind of character they are. Do you know what I mean? So I just think that Child is like, if anything, one of the worst examples, because Child is so focused in just one way, you know, about how he interacts with people, that like you're not going to get the best read on their overall personality.
That well, so of course their assumption would be wrong. They just knew that she was powerful. Dude, you are not getting at the reason why these voice lines are put in the game.
I don't think she's in a position to talk about understanding why the voice lines and stuff are in the game, or how characters are written and stuff in the game, because she has such a fundamental bad reading on the Natlan characters. Like I just like I'm sorry, that's not like that has like entirely tanked my like my faith in her interpretation of characters because she misunderstood them so badly.
Yes, they are useful for showing the relationships between characters and what characters think about each other, but they should also be used to provide hints and information about characters that we haven't met yet.
Yeah, but they can also provide misdirects. This is a really weird take, right? Because like it's like saying that like everything they say should still be like kind of true, and it's like, okay, Pulchina, like let's look actually, you know what? This is a great example. Let's look at Child's voice line about Pulcinella and Wanderer's voice line about Pulcinella. Right? Like Child is perfectly fine with Pulcinella. He thinks that he's taking care of his family. He thinks that like he's a good guy, and he, you know, has like faith and trust in him. Meanwhile, Wanderer says that Pulcinella is like probably out there to, or is probably holding Child's family hostage, and Child just doesn't know it. Right? Like they have entirely different readings on Pulcinella. And that's the point. Characters are going to have different opinions, right? Based on their personal interactions with other characters. And you can see that Wanderer and Child stayed away from Columbina. They don't have a good read on her. We didn't have a good read on her. At the beginning, she ended up being very different from what we expected.
If you put in
like
a
the
voice
Traveler,
line
I mean.
about Columbina not being what she seems, then people are going to listen to that and assume that she's not what she seems, and there's nothing wrong.
But that is your entire complaint, is that she is not what she seemed to you. I have a headache.
Wrong with that. I think people just aren't willing to admit that Genshin has bad and inconsistent writing sometimes. Fourth, her rank.
You are not willing to admit that they have bad and inconsistent writing. How are you glazing Inazuma? And then like, oh my god, well, she wasn't entirely glazing. She pointed it out. But then like, how do you claim that things took a turn for the worse from Natlan? I'm sorry. Nodcry is so good also, that I just think that like this entire essay's main argument is flawed.
Columbina was long known to be the third harbinger. It's also been known for a long time that the closer they are to number 1 in the rankings, the more powerful they are. Columbina being number 3, especially right below Dottore, who is notably unhinged and evil.
Oh, she pronounced Dottore correctly here.
Suggests that she is not only similarly powerful, but also similarly devoted to her work as part of a major villain faction. I cannot stress this enough. Clearly, there is a wealth of evidence to support the.
Those aren't the same argument, though. Like she's saying, oh, she's ranked number. She's so bad at arguing shit. She conflates a lot of I'm sorry. Now I'm just annoyed by the rhetoric of all of this. She's conflating a lot of things. She's saying like, oh, she's ranked number 3, like in this power ranking, but it's in a villain faction. So she must be the third most powerful and also the third most villainous character. And that's not true. The only ranking is based in power, not how villainous you are, right? And she is powerful. She's the fucking moon goddess. So, like, her being ranked number 3 is perfectly appropriate for her level, right? And as for her villainy, that's not a factor. That's not a fucking factor. Her villainy is not part of the ranking. Yeah, and Capitano is number 1. And Capitano also isn't a villain. And in fact, they tell us from the beginning that he's not a villain. Like, there are many instances in which they, like, show to us, right, that Capitano, like, has a strong set of morals and values and, like, a code that he follows, right? Like, in various characters, like, from various characters. One of them being Varka in the letter that he sent with Mika. Yeah, like, if ranked by villainy, Senora should have been higher. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, this is why I'm like, she's conflating these two things. It's not a good argument. Like, she's reaching. I don't think she's, like, unaware necessarily. I think she's doing this because it's the only argument that she can make for why, like, Columbina should have met these expectations. But we there is no concrete evidence that she is an actual villain. From, like, we have hearsay from Child and Wanderer, and again, they're not close to her, obviously. And we have, like, vague impressions from a trailer that was released years ago. And none of them state in any way that she's going to be really villainous.
Theories that people had about Columbina. I'm tired of people pretending that it wasn't there, and I'm tired of people pretending that it wouldn't have worked tonally. There is literally a villain who does human.
Who is saying that it wouldn't have worked tonally? I think if she had been written that way, it's not a problem. And, like, this seems like a straw man. I don't think anybody would have been surprised or upset if, like, Columbina had been written the way that fans had anticipated. I think some people can't deal with the fact that she ended up going a different direction. And who's to say whether or not that was like something that they changed their minds on, right? I don't really know. But I do think that within the story that they are writing, the story that we have, she makes perfect sense, you know? And again, it's just like and, like, that's the thing that you also have to understand. When characters are written, the way that the stories, especially an ongoing story like Genshin, this is another thing that ticks me off about people who just aren't writers, or not just aren't writers. That's not fair. That's not fair. You can make critiques of something and not be a writer, but people who just are not good at reading, ultimately, right? Like, they don't seem to understand how, right? As your story changes, sometimes your characters change too. They go in different directions from what you originally anticipated. One really good example is, like, in sitcoms, right? Because sitcoms are stories where, like, you never really know how many seasons you're gonna get. You never really know how far things are gonna go as you stretch out the story, which directions the characters will take, and they end up surprising you, right? Like, that happens a lot in particularly sitcoms. And it's gonna happen in an ongoing story like Genshin. There are character designs that they've shown us in their various videos where, like, originally a character was conceived a certain way, but then they completely changed their mind on how they ended up being. And that's okay. Actually, I was also thinking How I Met Your Mother. I was thinking about Barney. But even Barney aside, right? There's, like, Monica and Chandler, right? There are so many stories where the characters end up just being different from what you originally imagined, because during the creative process, your ideas change and develop. And she is not getting that. And the reason the ending sucked is they didn't embrace the character changes. Exactly. This video just reads as a manifesto. It's a bad manifesto, though. Like, it's very poorly supported.
experimentation. There was literally a genocide in Conria. But no. Instead, we learn that Columbina is actually a moon goddess.
That's not a bad, like, moon, does she, no, you know what? She probably know nothing about moon lore.
Okay, sure. But also she's actually just a damsel in distress.
I'm so tired. I'm so tired at this inability to, like, read the characters correctly. She's not just a... She saves herself. The whole point of the story is she saves herself. Oh my god. She gave birth to herself. I'm having a crash out, guys.
Like her name suggests. She's timid and soft-spoken and gentle, and she's shy at first, but eventually opens up to you.
Yeah, of course she's shy at first. She's been isolated her entire life from people because she's been placed on a pedestal or she's been used. Oh my god. It's not as if they wrote that in for no reason. That's a key part of how her backstory developed her.
And you are the most special person in her life, even though you...
That's fucking not true. Sandrone is right there. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Traveler. As much as I love the Yuri with, like, seeing Traveler and, like, Lumine specifically and Columbina and all of their embraces, Columbina has friends outside of the Traveler, and in fact, that's a whole part of her story is her... She just didn't realize it. She didn't realize that there were people who cared about her. Like, beyond what she could offer them. Because those people were bad at expressing that. Because Sandrone is a tsundere. But, like...
You've known her for maybe 2 weeks. I cannot stand how willfully obtuse people will be about Columbina, pretending not to see the fan service that is...
I acknowledge there's fan service.
Sitting right in front of them. She hides behind the Traveler when she doesn't know how to talk to people.
This is not what's happening in this scene. She's hiding behind the Traveler because she's hiding her identity. Because she was trying to secretly leave something for Aino, and then she got caught. This isn't because she's shy to speak. That's not what this scene is. The fuck?
Aw, she likes to eat snacks. Aw.
Yeah, lots of people like to eat snacks.
You get to
What does she have?
her.
I'm sorry. What does she have against people eating? She didn't like that Varesa ate either. Okay, this this picture is kind of funny. Like, I remember this scene, and it was a little bit weird. Like, I'm not a fan of how far they go with the fan service either. So I do acknowledge that there's a lot of fan service, but I also feel like she's picking some pretty bad examples.
During Moon Prayer Night, while the English VA is moaning into the mic every 2 seconds. Oh.
I mean, she's eating. If we're gonna talk about fan service, that's not new. Can we talk about the Lisa in the room? Can we talk about the Lisa in the room and how people specifically have their Lisa climb just so they can hear her moan? Like, yeah, this is cringe. Like, this is something that also made me kind of go, ew, because I'm just not a fan of that in general. But it's not, like, here's the thing. Again, the thesis is Genshin was not always like this. It has been like this. This is not... She is pointing out issues that have always existed within Genshin, so this doesn't make sense.
Aww, she's so weak. She can't do anything by herself and probably would have died if the Traveler hadn't rescued her.
That's not true. Again, she saved herself. She gave herself her own name and wished herself into being. She went through the mirror world by herself. She's the one who presented the idea to the other 3 Moon Sisters and took the risk to be reborn at the exact right moment. She birthed herself. She birthed herself, you guys. What do you mean? Oh my god.
People like to pretend that it's somehow misogynistic to point this out. Again, purposefully ignoring that Hoyo is writing her this way intentionally. Guys, I kid you not, she literally turns invisible for a significant portion of the Archon quest.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I promise you, that is not feminist. And it's not.
Nobody said that it was. That's another thing. Nobody said that that was feminine. Like, I don't think Hoyo was trying to be feminist when they were building Columbina. Do you know what I mean? Like, what? This is a straw man argument.
Even like the moon goddess thing makes any sense. They even come up with some last-minute reason why she covers her eyes. There was a time when I refused to look upon the world. I believed it was full of nothing but lies and falsehoods. I wished to hide my feelings, seal my heart, until I could return to my true home.
That's not a last minute what the fuck? Guys, I'm tired. She's not evil enough, not creepy enough, and not feminist enough. I know. Oh my god. Also, I'm offended that she is reading Columbina in this mocking voice. But anyway, this is shown to us from the beginning. Columbina is very standoffish towards everybody from the beginning. She hides away, literally hides in a cave.
Oh my god.
This is not last minute.
God, if this is what they originally planned.
This is this person not being able to read subtext, and then when they give you the full text, the explicit text, they're like, "Oh, this came out of nowhere." And it's like, "No, you just can't read."
To do with her, which it wasn't, then she was a goddamn waste of a Harbinger slot. It is so clear to me that she was never their original intention for the moon goddess. Her design suffers so bad as a result of Hoyo's ineptitude. I mean, look.
Wait, what do you mean? She's the Welkin moon.
Look at these colors. They don't go together at all.
I don't know. Designers in chat, what do you think? I really like Columbina's design.
Oh my god, she's so beautiful. No,
she is beautiful. Okay, I'm sorry. You chose to show this picture and say
look
she's
at these colors.
Hang on.
They don't go together at all. Oh my god, she's so.
This is stunning. What are you talking about? What are you this is stunning. I love this flash art. It's so pretty. They did become more bold with coloring and contrast. Yeah, but that is like a good thing, I think. I think that's a good thing, right? Like, I actually really like that. I like that they have characters who aren't the same single color palette their entire form. I like that they have characters who aren't dressed in, like, the colors of their elements. You know what I mean? Like, I think that gives us some variety. Also, I might be biased. Because, guys, look at my color scheme. Look at my color scheme and compare it to Columbine. We have a little bit in common. Yeah. She's shown to be ethereal. I think her design still shows it. Yeah.
Beautiful. No, she's not. Her design is two different designs smashed together. In fact, these colors only look okay together when they purposefully give the outfit more purple tones, which they could have just as easily done in the game model, but they didn't. Even her constellation is a mishmash of her Fatui aesthetic and her goddess aesthetic.
Because she's a Fatui and a goddess. That's the whole point. What? That's such a weird take. She's talking about art direction. Yeah. So Shiny, she said that the colors like don't match. You're actually, yeah, we're gonna go back a little bit for Shiny because Shiny missed this part. And I want to know Shiny's take on this because Shiny is a designer.
For the moon goddess, her design suffers so bad as a result of Hoyo's ineptitude. I mean, look at these colors. They don't go together at all. Oh my god, she's so beautiful. No, she's not. Her design is too...
So they say that she doesn't, like, the colors don't match, and I take personal offense to that because her color scheme is very similar to my own.
different designs smashed together. In fact, these colors only look okay together when they purposefully give the outfit more purple tones, which they could have just as easily done in the game model, but they didn't. Even her constellation is a mishmash of her Fatui aesthetic and her goddess aesthetic.
Yeah, her Fatui aesthetic and her goddess aesthetic is her. Of course her design has that. And also, like, her entire storyline is about her trying to figure out who she is as a member of the Fatui whom she leaves behind, as a member of, or as a goddess who she also tries to abandon, like, the role of. Like, what? She just hates Columbina, like, because Hoyo personally attacked her with Columbina. Was she a writer there in Fire because her visions didn't match? Just kidding, but wow. Yeah, like, I feel like she really had such high expectations of Columbina. Not high expectations, but, like, specific expectations that she, like, does not, like, she can't handle that Columbina wasn't what she wanted her to be. There's nothing wrong with her colors. That's what I thought. We have similar colors.
The traditional portrait shape that all the other gods in the game.
Yeah, the portrait shape. Yeah, that's what she looks like. Look.
Yet, and also her symbol of the crying dove.
Yeah. Venti gets a harp. Sorry, not harp. Lyre? I don't know. Venti gets an instrument. Because that's a symbol of him. Oh my god, this is annoying. The only character where you have mixed feelings about color-wise is Emily. Yeah. Or whatever reddish purple they use.
Just shoved right in at the bottom. I completely believe the idea that Krai, or that this character at least, was rewritten at some point because there is no indication that they had any semblance of a plan for such a highly anticipated character. And
that's just a lie. Okay, here's my issue, right? And I think, again, we're going to talk about writing, okay? And how this person does not fundamentally understand what writing is, and how, like, one, plans do change, right? But also, two, she keeps saying that they had no plan for her and they just, like, threw things together. But you literally can't do that with the position they gave her. Do you know what I mean? If that was what they were going to do, right? They would not have made her such a major character as the moon goddess. Like, they wouldn't have given her such a position. They would have found another way to, like, squeeze her in if they had, like, do you know what I mean? If they had no plan, because that's what she's now claiming. Okay, actually, that's another contradiction. She's saying that they had plans for her to be this way, so she expected her to be this way, but now they're saying they never had a plan. Now she's saying they never had a plan. And I'm like, okay, you can't have it both ways, but also that literally can't be true. Maybe the plan came a little later or the plan changed, but they clearly had to have had a plan because there's no way they could have integrated. Her story is such a huge part of the Krai quest line. It's such a big part that, like, there's no way that they just half-ass that. Do you know what I mean? That doesn't make sense. She doesn't understand how writing works. no idea what their plan was for Columbina from the beginning. The opposite would be true for such a... Yeah, that's the thing. We don't know what the... Like, we don't know. And that's another thing. Like, why are you upset about things that you're not even completely sure about, right?
The most frustrating part about all of this to me is that Hoyo actually leans into several of the things that people thought about Columbina, but only enough that it feels like they're teasing and laughing in the face of their fans.
I mean, to be fair, it feels like they have kind of done this with other things, so yeah. But I'm curious about what she thinks.
As if we read into it too much or something. In her burst, she grows wings like an angel, and these wings...
She grows wings like a dove. She grows wings like a dove, which is all over her current imagery.
Wings bear resemblance to a Citlali court, both...
Okay, but that's just because that's how the wing design is. Durin's wings also have a similar shape. Durin's wings have a similar shape to this.
Echoing the theory that she is an angel, but she's not an angel. In her character...
Durin is an angel.
Trailer, she performs a ballet, which calls to mind for me the very popular fan design in which she was...
Okay, but that's a fan design. What is she talking about? That's a fan design.
A ballerina, something that the ribbons on her hands and feet might suggest. And it kills me because this trailer is beautiful. The visuals and the choreography are gorgeous. The symbolism of Dottore as the pianist who's controlling the dance by playing the music. Oh my god, I love it. But it would be even better.
Is that Dottore? Is that Dottore?
If she was a dancer or a ballerina of some kind, because she isn't. Even though that would have made a lot of sense thematically with her singing. Perhaps...
Why? Why does she, like... She's already singing.
The strangest example of Hoyoverse leaning into the theories about Columbina is that they have the singer Aurora wearing a dress with eyes on it during the Welkin Moon concert, which suggests the biblically accurate angel thing.
Okay, I can kind of see that. But that's like if that was their dress. Do you know what I mean? Like, do they necessarily tell her what kind of dress to wear? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, hang on. I'm actually kind of curious about this. Oops. Sorry, guys. Let's see. Aurora white dress. Okay. Aurora singer white dress. I mean, we can also see this, like, let's see. It seems just like kind of the type of dress that she normally wears. She has a dress that looks like Elsa. She also has a dress. Sorry, this is off topic. She has a dress that looks like a hanbok somewhere. I don't know. It doesn't really seem out of place from her usual fashion. So, like, are we sure that that's a dress that Hoyo picked? But anyway.
Maybe I'm reading too much into this. This last one, especially, but I cannot take it.
I never thought she would be an angel like Citlali, angel like in Christian pictures. I think that, like, there were theories that she was a Citlali or angel based on her, like, because, you know, like, all we had was the imagery. And that's fine. Like, the thing is, I'm not opposed. I'm obviously, like, into theory crafting. I think it's fun. And some of my theories are crazier just because I like writing fan fiction in my head. But I know it's fan fiction. And I'm like, if the game, it's me attempting to predict, and I can admit it when I'm wrong. Do you know what I mean? I can accept it when I'm wrong. It seems that they do not, like, they can't accept that they were just wrong. You know what I mean? Like, it was a very popular theory that she was going to be, like, an angel or Citlali, right? The heavenly principles, yes. That is my pride and joy. I hope it's true. The opposite would be true for a game and important character. Never thought she would be like an angel. I do believe there's a good chance Hoyo provided the costume. Okay, the heavenly principles, yes. Sorry.
It is so frustrating because they are so close. But no, Genshin is allergic to having playable characters who are morally gray or irredeemable.
They have characters who are morally gray. Lowen exists. By now, she's met Lowen. What?
This leads to what I lovingly refer to as the Genshin villain problem.
Okay, there is a Genshin villain problem, or that a lot of people think, so let's see.
Popular gacha games, like Cookie Run Kingdom, literally have morally reprehensible or canonically dead characters.
Okay, but Cookie Run Kingdom is a Korean game. I think she's also forgetting, and this is another issue with her whole initial United States America first perspective, right? There are issues with involving the Chinese government when it comes to game design in China. Like, you literally can't have femboys in your designs. Like, it's difficult to like get that through. You know, hopefully like you can get it passed and nobody notices. But like they're under certain restrictions, you know? And I feel like having a major villain character becoming playable would be like a direct violation that would be easy for people to like notice, right?
That are playable. What is stopping Genshin from making their villains stay villains, but also become playable?
The CCP, girl!
Columbina is just an embodiment of a bigger problem in Genshin. They do not want to have any characters who have questionable morals become playable. Most of the time, this ends up going in two ways. The first is that the character is redeemed and then becomes friends with the Traveler before becoming...
Okay, but Child is not redeemed. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's not redeemed. He's just a likable guy who sometimes does bad things.
Becoming playable. This is what has happened to every playable Harbinger thus far. Tartaglia fights anything that moves, but he respects the Traveler.
Fighting anything that moves isn't inherently... Well, I guess it kind of is inherently a bad trait, like violence, right? Wise. But I mean, like, it's not without permission most of the time. Like, he does ask permission. Like, I don't know. I just think that a lot of people don't get Child, right? So I'm not going to argue that point too much because I argue it all the time and it makes me tired.
Even though they have different motives and values. He only ever wants a friendly spar with them. Scar...
Yeah. But that's not... Like, we can see that the Traveler also enjoys combat. Do you know what I mean? The Traveler's not a pacifist. The Traveler enjoys a good fight as well. They have similar values when it comes to that. In fact, I think that's part of how they connect. None is redeemed. You start to understand their reasons. Good monsters always have reasons why they do things. Yeah, you don't think it's such a villain problem, more like playable antagonist problem. You're spitballing. Prolovia, she says antagonistic to Rover even after being playable. Yeah, but like there's an antagonist. You can be antagonists aren't inherently bad or evil. Do you know what I mean? And I think she's talking about villains. I think she's talking about villains in the traditional sense. Because, like, you can be an antagonist, right, to a protagonist who is, like, bad. If the story is told from the protagonist's point of view and the protagonist is the villain, an antagonist might actually be a good guy, right? And that's, we can see examples of that with, like, various Demon Lord isekai. But, like, you know, so, like, I think she means actually evil. Like, she means villains, right? The person clearly never heard of the saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Villains are not villains from their POV. That's why I said it's not a villain problem, more of an antagonist problem, if that makes sense. I don't know if that does make sense to me, but yeah.
Armush has no one else who understands his past and is connected with the Traveler in that way.
Yeah, but that's... Okay. She, again, is using poor argumentation skills, like poor evidence, right? She's like, they get redeemed. But then, like, her example is Wanderer. And she doesn't even talk about how he's redeemed. She just says, oh, but he has a connection to the Traveler because he's the only one that understands him. Like that's not being redeemed. Like, that's just a bad argument. Like, you're off topic.
Arlecchino is a ruthless woman who is grooming children to be a part of the Fatui, but it turns out that the House of the Hearth is a lot less sinister under her rule. So that's okay too, I guess.
Okay, that's fair. I will say that's pretty fair as a criticism, because like I do think that there are two ways that you can look at Arlecchino, right? But I will also say that the Traveler isn't exactly friends with Arlecchino. Do you know what I mean? Like they're more like it's the way that they were established at the beginning. They basically can be allies. They can be allies when they need to be, but they're not like explicitly close friends with Arlecchino, right? But also, like the more problematic relationship is honestly the Traveler being friends with Linny, Linny and Lynette, right? Because like they're like actually friends with them, right? And like yeah, so like I don't know, like I think this is just poor examples, weak arguments. Like there are even like better things to support. Like the thing is, even when they make a good point, how there's a villainy problem, right? They don't take into perspective the outside forces limiting the creative decisions, and they also provide bad examples to support their own argument. So even with the things I kind of want to agree with them on, they are making really a bad case for it.
In Columbina,
this battle was never about fate. It's about friends, family, and the home you
This is the most
stole.
obnoxious thing I've ever experienced in my life.
I agree that that speech was kind of obnoxious.
the second way it goes is
I
that
was touched though, I think, when I was playing it. I was like, oh, but I think I was just happy she was back. But yeah, like the speech in itself is a bit obnoxious. I don't know if this will clarify, but its relationship with MC, they start looking like a villain and get explained why they act that way. Yeah, but that's the thing, is that like the characters that they don't make, but that's the thing. They do that in Genshin though, right? Like what they're doing is they just explain why Child is the way that he is. They explain why Arlecchino is the way that she is, and they don't redeem them necessarily, right? So like it's not as if they're not like it's not as if they're not like sorry, it's not as if not yeah. Oh, I think I'm using the wrong too many knots. It's not as if they are making these characters redeemed like in order to make them playable. I think the characters become more likable to us because they are explained. Right? No, I read everything that you said. Maybe I just don't understand what you're trying to say, but let me see. Okay. You said that it's not a villain problem, it's more of an antagonist problem. Their relationship with MC, they start looking like a villain, get explained why they act that way. Therefore, they're more like an antagonist than a villain. But then when they get playable, they are no longer antagonistic to the MC, so they're no longer a villain nor an antagonist in relation to but they are in Genshin. The feels like she thinks villains are only villains for as long as they do things without reason. Yeah. Like Mizu's example is they stay antagonistic in relation even after being playable, right? And sure, that has happened in Genshin as well, though. Like, if we remember, like, the only reason that the Traveler worked with Arlecchino, but they were still not on the same side, right? And she's still left with the Gnosis. And as for Wanderer, like, there was a whole journey to eventually, after he became playable, to becoming like where they are now, where they trust each other. Because up until Nod Cry, they didn't fully trust each other. Like they were still antagonistic up until that point, I would say. So like there was a long journey, right? So I just feel like that doesn't like quite apply, right? I don't know. But I'm not playing like Wuwa, so I don't really know like what Frolovia's dynamic with Rover is. So I don't know if there's something I'm missing there. But I just don't think the character is even, like, fully redeemed in Genshin. Like, I think her argument's not really completely true, right? Um, Villains have their reasons. I don't have to agree with it. I can understand it maybe. Yeah. And some of the reasons are good, some of them are bad. I do think Dottore had pretty awful reasons, right? Like, he definitely has, like, a personality disorder, and he's yeah. But, like, understanding a villain better is not having them redeemed. Do you know what I mean? Even Wanderer didn't consider himself redeemed. You know what I mean? Like, even Wanderer is like, I can't really erase what I did. He's not exactly starting like on a completely fresh page. He's like trying to make up for some of what he did, just in his own way. Um, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. I don't understand her reasoning.
The character can.
And I do think the problem here is the reasoning, right? I don't know if Mizu is trying to clarify her reasoning for me, but I don't understand it because her reasoning is just so convoluted and her examples don't match, right? By the time they were playable, they're not antagonistic, they're just not as friendly like Child. Well, Arlecchino is still with the Fatui, so that inherently is like kind of always like antagonistic, but it's just that like they were willing to work together to save Fontaine, right? Like they were willing to work together to save Fontaine, but that didn't mean that they were no longer antagonistic because in the end, Arlecchino still took the Gnosis, right? And left. Hat Guy may not have been like directly like fighting the Traveler anymore, but they weren't friends. In fact, like Paimon was still thinking of an ugly nickname. They didn't resolve that until recently. Now Paimon is close to him, or like not close to him, but understands him better, accepts him as a friend. And Traveler, up until Nodcry, like the Archon quest in Nodcry, didn't fully trust Wanderer. Like there's a part where I think Traveler makes a decision to trust Wanderer, like that's explicitly done in Nodcry. And I know you haven't done it, so I know you just don't know it. So, but like that kind of I think shows to me that they're not really friends, Like, and I think that's not really a redemption either, right? Right? You don't think you're explaining her point, but more on your point because you don't agree with her. Okay, okay. Yeah, I just like her point doesn't make any sense.
Not be redeemed and is therefore killed off so that they won't become playable. This is what happened to Signora way back in Inazuma, and most recently it happened to Dottore. This was honestly shocking to me, especially considering how much of a fan favorite Dottore is.
They killed him twice. They killed Dottore twice. Okay, but anyway, you're still on the family speech? Not even the heavenly principle is powerful as family? Oh my gosh. Um, like that was great. I'm glad you liked it, Kathy. I thought it was a little corny in retrospect, but honestly, like I was happy when I was watching it, But anyway, like, I never thought Dottore was gonna be playable. Do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, early on, I think I did. Early on, but I didn't hold that hope on for like a long time because I was just kind of like, well, he's like so bad. I think they have to kill him. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Dottore is so bad. I think the only like happy ending is if you kill him. Like, I don't think there's any way that he's gonna become like a playable character,
Let me be clear, Dottore is a horrible person and he should not be redeemed. We should be able to understand his motives without forgiving him for what he has done. He has
Yeah, and we didn't really forgive Scaramouche either.
imposed so much pain on so many people in the game, and his morals are extremely corrupt, but he's still very, very interesting, and you can sometimes almost understand where he's coming from while still not condoning his methods, which I must stress is what makes a well-written villain.
Yeah, and you get that with... I think people have like a fundamental misunderstanding of like explaining a character and redeeming them. I think some people feel the explanation is redemption, and that's not true.
I love this guy's character, but now he can never become playable because as of right now, he's dead. Little did you know, though, that there is a secret third option, which is what they did.
Yeah, I
to
think that's
Capitano,
copium too,
a
Mizu.
combo of options 1 and 2. They redeemed him and then still killed him off anyway. What?
This is bad reading. This is bad reading. This is a bad reading. It's so bad. It's just not true. It's not true. Capitano never needed to be redeemed. Capitano is one of the harbingers where we're like, okay, like, I guess not all the harbingers are bad, right? Like, he was never bad, right? He was never evil. Oh my god. And he didn't die either. He also didn't die. Capitano also didn't die. I'm not saying he's alive. I'm not coping. Like, I'm not that kind of person, but like, he's not dead. Oh my god, I'm upset. I'm upset. I'm
What a
upset.
strange decision that was. Again, for a character that was extremely highly anticipated.
I think she doesn't like Natlan because she didn't do it. I think she just didn't do Natlan. Like, there's no way she did Natlan because she so badly misunderstood it. Like, every time she talks about Natlan, it's just wrong. It's just wrong. I want them to... Oh my gosh, Cappy. Yeah, like, she's... Every time she talks about Natlan, she's just wrong.
They just threw in all this tragic backstory for him at the very end of the Natlan archive.
That is not true. They had been leading up to that for ages. Anybody paying attention to lore and lore theories knew. She has to stop making these claims that things that she just didn't understand the subtext of were made last minute. Like, these decisions. She...
Conquest, and then he fucking died.
Oh god,
right
it's almost
after
midnight.
that.
I need to
So
take my
none of it
pills.
mattered at all. It's
Maybe
like they
my
don't
pills will calm me down.
Understand their own visual cues. A perfect example of this to me is Escoffier.
Tragic backstory does not equal redeemed. If that's the case, when is for low by redeemed? Yeah, like, a backstory is not redemption. It was not last minute either. It's very clear that they had an idea of the type of person Capitano was early on because he was always described as having like a moral backbone. Also, now she's claiming that they don't have an understanding of what their designs imply. Excuse me? Excuse me? I have seen countless videos of people who were just going off of the designs of characters and guessed very accurately what kind of character they were.
Maybe, again, this might be just me, but even she gave me creepy vibes in
She just wants creepy characters so bad.
the silhouette teaser from the live stream where they revealed upcoming characters for 20.
Okay, let's look at the silhouettes just very quickly, right? And let's look at Escoffier in particular, okay? If we look at Escoffier, yeah, sure. I also thought she was gonna be a little devil woman, right? But I think this is a knife and this is a fork. That's okay too. I understand, I just misread it a little bit.
2025. She has this hair that sticks out, the shape of which largely resembles horns and can...
Okay, that is a crazy take. She thinks that us... Okay, everyone, look at Escoffier's hair. Do you think of horns? Every 10 minutes in her video, she's like, why is this character not dark and creepy? I know, like, she has this weird expectation. If you want creepy characters, go play a horror game. Yeah, like, where are you seeing the horns? Where are you seeing horns?
conveys a sort of like wildness of her personality.
What do you mean? Her hair is straight. Her hair is straight. I do not see a wildness to her personality. That is clearly a chef.
She has a devil's pitchfork tail that's positioned up where we can clearly see it, and she's holding a sharp knife up. Like,
I also thought this was a devil's tail. I'm fine that it's not, but it is a weird thing to think that like this character is wild and unruly.
Looked psycho to me, and I was intrigued. And at least that would have been interesting and different.
I think
But no, not only is this design ass, but it's also incredibly misleading.
It's not misleading. Okay? She is Gordon Ramsay. That's what she's based on, inspired by. She has a sharp tongue. She is a devil in the kitchen. Gordon Ramsay's kitchen is like, isn't it called Hell's Kitchen? Right? Like, it's a funny, I think the tail is a funny nod to like the character that they're kind of basing her on, right? That said, the 2 aprons is crazy. Okay, I will say about her design that the 2 aprons, like after I got to look at it and figured out what it was, is fucking crazy. And I don't know if I like that aspect of it. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of okay, that's a choice, Hoyo. Like I agree with like the design of 2 aprons being a bit weird, right? But like they weren't misleading you with the tail. They weren't misleading you with the tail. She's into psychos. That's why she said the Tore is well written. Yeah. I don't like Escoffier's design too, but for subjective reasons. She's a bit psycho when it comes to cooking. Yeah, she is. And that's the whole point. She is a devil in the kitchen. That's what that tail alludes to.
She's just kind of a tsundere who's very particular about her food. I don't understand why they're like this, guys. One of my favorite comments that I've seen about this that just perfectly embodies my feelings on the matter is this from the unofficial Genshin subreddit. They're allergic to morally gray.
Please don't quote Reddit. Oh my god.
Redeemable or just bad characters because they don't know how to write anything that isn't a shitty isekai where the main character wins using the power of friendship and his harem.
Okay. But that has like, if that read on Genshin has been there since the beginning. Like, I don't know why she thinks this only started with Natlan. Would we say that Gordon Ramsay is a tsundere who's very particular with his food? Yes. She started the proof with a video with I have proof and then comes in with Reddit comments. Yeah, that's a bad sign. That's a bad sign.
Oh, speaking of harem.
I didn't think I was going to be ragging on her this much, but like, this is ridiculous. A headfirst dive into misogynistic fan service. Okay. Here's the thing. I do agree that some of the fan service is annoying, right? At least from a, but I'm also like, but this is also a gacha game. Like, with a lot of female cast. So I'm kind of like, okay. But also, so it's basically, it's not surprising, but it's also like, oh, okay. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that like, this has been established since the beginning. Do you know what I mean? There have been characters since the beginning who have been written like with a lot of fan service. So I don't really understand how it gets worse in Nod Krai. Or sorry, Natlan. Except for maybe Lauma. Okay, Lauma's character design is crazy. All right. Let's see if she brings that up.
It's an anime gacha game. You have to expect.
She says all that are facts and objective ones at that. Yeah.
Fan service. Okay, I know that. But Genshin used to be different from other games in its genre.
What? Genshin used to be different? In the fan service? Are you kidding me? She started playing in 1.0. Keqing has been a character since the beginning. Keqing has been a fan servicey character. She wasn't an actual cat girl, but they made her look like one. They made her have these interactions with the traveler that were definitely fan servicey. What are you talking about? What do you mean it was different? Oh my god. Other gachas have way more fan service. Genshin feels very mild in comparison. Maybe mild, but like it still has like fan service, and to a degree where to me I'm like, okay,
genre, and I mean that genuinely.
I accept Lauma for all her fronts. I mean for all she is.
There used to be a much better ratio of female to male 5-star characters.
Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at this. There used to be a better ratio. Okay, acknowledged. 1.x 8 to 7, 5 stars. 2.x 7 to 2. This is early on. It's like she has these weird blinders on when it comes to Inazuma. She criticizes Natlan for its Archon and writing and how, like, you know, war can't be forever or whatever. But she ignores it when it comes to Inazuma and all of the issues that Inazuma had with its writing and Archon. And apparently, it's gender ratio. Look at this. 7 to 2. 3 to 5. 8 to 3. She also said Fontaine was good. 8 to 3. True that Natlan had it the worst. 10 to 1. That was pretty awful. I feel bad for Kinich. But, look at fucking Nodcry. Look at Nodcry. And Nodcry's not even done. We got Lowen after that. We got Lowen after that too. We also got Sandrone. But like, oh, no, Linnea's on there, yeah. So, what is she? Oh, and Nicole. Okay, but still, the ratio is not that bad in Nodcry. Yeah, we also got a lot of 4-star males. Oh my. If we count 4-star males, the numbers are definitely different. So, like, I just don't understand. Like, this data is incomplete.
Than many other gacha games, because so many gacha games are targeted at male audiences who aren't perceived as being interested in the male characters. And there were sexy character outfits, especially on the women, lots of detached sleeves, short skirts, also known as the coochie flap, thigh-high socks,
I don't think anybody calls it the coochie flap.
or boots. But they were nowhere near as bad as they are now. These women are nearly...
What do you mean nearly? Also, if we're gonna talk about fan service, okay, with male characters, Linny exists. Linny exists. I'm not saying his outfit is like as bad as the 2 aprons or whatever Lauma is wearing, but they have had male characters that they like, that they use for fan service, right? Like Ito, although they should really update Ito's model. Al yeah, the skin tight shirt on Al I don't know, man. Also, women find different like things to be like sexy. So I feel like the Varka body like build, even if he's all covered up, is still pretty sexy to a lot of people, right? And also, like to a degree, if you look at the outfit design for Itlua, it's a bit sexy. Risley's butt. How could we forget Risley's butt? I don't know, girl. Like,
naked now.
okay, this I have pointed this out. Look at Lauma from the side, and she is just wearing a piece of cloth. So, like, yeah, Lauma, sure, that is crazy. Okay, but did we forget what Rosaria's original design looked like? Hang on. You just need to pull it up. Kenshin. Ah! I need to stop pressing accidentally wrong buttons. Genshin Rosaria. This is early. This is early game. Wait, that's wrong. Open image. Okay. This is early game. She's a nun. She's a nun. I'm tired.
And not only does that make me mad and uncomfortable from a standpoint of being a woman who feels objectified just by looking at these designs, but also from a character design standpoint. I have quite a bit to say about the sharp drop off in not only the
Oh no. Oh, Mizu did warn me that she's gonna talk more about Varesa. I knew she was gonna talk about her design. Oh no. I will defend Varesa's design until the day I die. Probably the only reason I'd go to church.
quality of the Genshin character designs, but also in the tastefulness of them. To show you what I mean, we can talk about
Oh, now she's gonna say that Rosaria's outfit was more tasteful? Please. Please.
some early Genshin designs to compare them to more recent ones. I think it's important to discuss the physical elements of these characters first.
Yeah, you should compare. I think the comparison is one big thing that she's been lacking in this argument.
Before we discuss the fan service elements of their presentation, writing, and personalities, because the physical appearance is the most
You might be the minority, but you never felt objectified by how they design video game models. I don't personally feel objectified. Yeah, I think it's weird that she said that she personally feels objectified. I'm not the game model. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not Nefer. I think that's who we're looking at here.
obvious element, but I promise we will get to the other stuff in due time. Also keep in mind that I'm only going to be talking about female characters because most of the time, the male character
I think she's only looking at 5 stars. That's biased and unfair. Look at all the characters if you're gonna do this. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Wait.
are almost always covered from chin to toe now, aka the fan service is not equal opportunity.
Okay. I'm going to say that, God, let's look up character designs. Again, I think fan service for men versus women is different, right? Okay, sure, it's true. The men in Genshin are more covered from head to toe now, okay? But look at what they have Itlua wearing. Actually, can I get a good picture of it? Okay. Like, to a lot of women, the suggestion is sexier than the actual display, right? So here, we can see here. And then here we can see a fan art of what it would actually look like. You're telling me this isn't somewhat fan servicey? You're telling me this isn't somewhat fan servicey? Please. Like, there's a reason art like this gets drawn. You know? Like, Varka? It's his entire build, right? That is fan servicey, like the big, huge, bulking build, right? And he's covered head to toe, but that doesn't mean that it's not fan servicey, right? Also, in particular, look at the crotch area and the way that they had him pose so they could do that. And you can see it a bit more clearly in this model, right? Like, I don't think that there is I think people think of everything is like very one-to-one. Like, oh, if you want fan service for like to be equal, it has to be more skin for men too. And it's like, no, because women find different things sexy. You know? Women like to imagine more. Somehow I don't need half naked men to be into them. Yeah. Flynn's. Oh, let's look at this. How are you gonna tell me that Flynn's wasn't made for the female gaze? Like, the way that everybody went freaking feral the moment that they saw him in the first trailer. Right? Like, the effort that they put into his debut. The way that they have him at the beginning, like in the first teaser where he meets the traveler and he like extends his hand, is 100% fan service coded. Right? Like, I think it's really silly because this is just this is a fundamental lack of understanding of how fan service works for men versus women. She's calling all men one-dimensional.
One of the first characters I'll mention is Lisa, one of the very first in.
Okay, Lisa's a 4-star. Lisa's a 4-star, so the whole 5-star thing out the window. She chose Lisa and not Rosaria. In what world? Okay, so I think she made this choice on purpose because, like, Rosaria's design is definitely more provocative and more inappropriate for her position and everything compared to, like, you know, characters like Nefer or whatever, you know? Look at this. Also, even so, Lisa's outfit is quite scandalous, you know? Oh my god, I'm so tired.
Anime fan servicey characters that we're introduced to in the game. She teases the traveler, she calls them cutie, and she's averse to doing any sort of work. Her character
She also moans a lot.
design communicates so much about her, though, nonetheless. Her hairstyle, which is very loose and almost.
She's talking about character design, and I think it's just a matter. It's like it's deliberate ignorance at a certain point because I think she can't read. Like, you if you look at various characters from Nodcry, you do actually get a pretty good read on their characters based on their design. I stand corrected. Yeah, like, oh my
Looks like it's
gosh.
falling out on one side, shows us that lazy element of her
And her boobs are sticking out. Like,
personality. Her purple, black, and gold color palette obviously communicates her element of electro, but also a sense of importance, luxuriousness, and magic. Her classically styled witch hat also conveys the latter, of course. Yae Miko is similar to Lisa in terms of teasing personality.
Yae Miko. Look at Yae Miko, guys. Look at what they did to the Miko design, to the shrine goddess, or sorry, shrine maiden. The shrine maiden design. You're telling me that this is more tasteful? I love her design, don't get me wrong, but you're telling me that this is more tasteful? This is more tasteful than Nicole? Hi, Evan. I'm currently ranting about a video that is just wrong on every count about Genshin. You're telling me that this is more tasteful than Varesa's design? This is more tasteful than, I don't know. I'm trying to think of other, like, female characters. Than Mavuika's design? This is more tasteful than Mavuika's design? This is more tasteful than Nefer's design? Good night, AQ. I'll have this VOD up so you can hear my rambling thoughts later if you want. Yeah, or I'll just like go into your stream one day and rant more because this is a crazy take.
Although Miko can get a bit more cruel and self-indulgent with it.
Yeah, she's beautiful. She's very pretty. But like, this is not a tasteful reimagining of the Miko design. Do you know what I mean?
She has a sharper eye shape than Lisa's gentle round eyes to indicate this part of her personality. Her outfit is also a stylized version of a traditional Japanese shrine maiden outfit, giving her the required amount of gotcha.
Stylized. Wasn't there like complaints early on about how her design was disrespectful and how like the Inazuman characters or any characters that weren't from Liyue were like their outfits were overly sexualized? Like, this has been a problem since early on. She's pretending like it's not.
Game sexy.
Japan got mad at Yai's design. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Night night. Thank you for reminding us of that, AQ.
While also showing her spiritual importance in Inazuma. Her design being more complicated than the other shrine maidens also signifies that her role is the most important of all of them.
That is not.
Her hair is the color of a sakura blossom, and she has cherry blossom motifs in her clothing, again emphasizing her Japanese inspiration, but also her connection to the sacred sakura of Inazuma, which is deeply connected with her element of electro. Xinyan is one of my favorite Liyuean character designs because it combines traditional elements of Chinese clothing styles with Xinyan's rock aesthetic.
Okay, I really like Xinyan's design, and I maintain that. Like, but I am finding it hard to see the traditional Chinese elements in her. Like it's kind of there, but it's like it is mostly the rocker image.
You immediately know by looking at her what she represents. Xinyan wears lots of dark colors, spikes, and fishnet, features common in punk or alternative clothing styles. All of this is accented by red and orange, obviously representing her pyro vision, but also
why does she want everybody to only have the colors of their visions?
Her passionate and fiery personality. Her hair even looks like it's glowing from the inside, which I always thought was such a cool detail. However, Xinyan also has some very subtle nods to her Liyuean culture. So while she mostly represents a counter—
What are the nods to her Liyuean culture? Can you tell us? You have examples of the other things. What are the nods to the Liyuean cultures?
Her culture in Liyue, she still maintains cohesion with the other character designs in her region. The last of the older character designs that I'm going to touch on is Navia.
If you have a pyro vision, you can only wear red and black, yeah. The fan service designs are more frequent now compared to before, but she's not really saying it clearly. At least that's what I'm getting. Well, she's not really using great examples because she's showing... Well, no. Okay, here's the thing. It's not just frequency because, okay, actually, no. You know what? Let's take it for what she's saying. I don't really, like, I don't want to try to, like, I can give people the benefit of the doubt to some degree, but she said she's coming here with proof, and she's come here, like, you know, with arguments. And here's her argument, right? Her argument is, explicitly, she says that there has always been fan service, but it was more tasteful in the past, right? She's saying that pre-Natlan, the character designs were more tasteful. And I just don't think that's true. She is, one, selectively picking out characters, and two, even those characters are not always, like, more tasteful, right? Like, and again, she's also ignoring various characters that don't prove her point, like Rosaria. Rosaria's outfit was not tasteful, especially for her profession. They had to lengthen Raiden's skirt for that one cutscene where she comes stepping down the steps to meet the traveler for the first time, right? Yai Miko's design is not an example of like a tasteful reimagining of a Miko outfit. I think it's pretty. But would I say tasteful? No, people got really mad about that in Japan. Rightfully so, I would say, because it's their culture, you know? So I just, like, if she's gonna make this argument, she has to support it, right? And she's not. Yeah, Mona's original design. Mona's original design.
Probably my favorite Fontanian design, personally. This design is
I like this
basically
design.
a sluttier version of a traditional
In a video. in which you are trying to take a feminist perspective on the character designs, and you want to praise one for being classier than other ones that you're going to complain about later. I find it a bit in poor taste to call this a sluttier version of like a noble outfit. Oh my god. It's like she can't help it with the microaggressions, you know? Sluttier version, mind you, she's complimenting this, right? I actually have never thought of Navia's design as slutty. Like, genuinely, I've never thought it was slutty. My head hurts.
French aristocratic gown, but it still covers most of her body. Navia's design exudes wealth. It is full of ruffles and
Guys, I have been ranting for 3 hours.
jewels. She has these big billowy curls. She's got this big hat decorated with feathers. She brings along a frilly parasol. She
Yeah,
also maintains
she's
connection to
ostentatious.
her hometown of Poisson with these ship wheels on her hips, as well as the canon theming of her elemental burst. Navia is also a very cheerful character,
The sissies
which
are
her
gonna
yellow
come for her.
color
Go to
palette
sleep. No, we
indicates.
gotta get through this
And
video.
she also's got these
We're in
cute
too deep.
sparkles in her eyes that show that. As you can see, these designs are not only pretty tasteful in terms of gacha character designs, but they also do their job.
Again, she just called Navia's outfit slutty while trying to argue that it is tasteful. She tried to make a case somehow for Yai Miko's design being tasteful. Did not work. She ignores Rosaria completely.
They communicate information about the character, even if you
This is a
knew nothing
55-minute
about
video.
them to
I know.
begin with.
I went
This
off
is what
on a
makes
rant
a good
about
character
Natlan.
design, and it is ironically what many character designs in modern Genshin fail to do. Not only that, but they also get more and more boring and more insulting as time goes on. So let's take a walk through them, shall we? This ought to be fun. One of my least favorite recent characters is Citlali. Again, I know a
Citlali? Citlali?
fan favorite, but I'm sorry, I do not like her. Her design certainly isn't the most offensive
You don't like her because you don't understand her. She is my queen. Shut up.
of the Natlan ones. I just find her annoying. I do think her English VA is very good at their job and that they do a great job with Citlali's voice, but I really just don't like the character's writing. We will talk about that in a bit. One of the things I dislike about her design, though, is this goddamn leotard that she's wearing. This girl is literally wearing a thong. This
It can't be a leotard and a thong. It can't be a leotard and a thong. I agree. Her outfit is not one that I would be comfortable and confident wearing outside. But it's not really that bad. Like, why didn't she just... And also, she is in a region that is hotter. She's in a region that is hotter. So it's also not surprising to see her dressed this way. Why didn't she describe Yai's design as a sluttier version of a Miko outfit? Because she knew that would be offensive. That's a nod to Mexican aesthetic and clothing. Yeah.
sweater thing would go right up her
Is she saying all Hispanics dress like sluts? Honestly, she might be.
butt crack. I cannot
What do you mean? How can you tell that it would go up her butt crack?
stuff like this. Also, side note real quick, I have to pause to talk about the state of Genshin character trailers. Can we talk about how these videos used to be actual showcases of the characters' combat abilities with like little elements of story sprinkled in? Ones that strike this balance well, in my opinion, are Nahida's trailer, Farina's trailer, and Arlecchino's trailer. But now, character trailers are either 1. Headache-inducing fan edits with these wildly inappropriate aesthetic choices, like Nefer's trailer or Citlali's, or 2. Music videos that make me feel like I'm going to implode from...
Okay, but here's the thing. They took a new direction. Sure. And you may not like that direction, but it's not as if they didn't emphasize that that's the direction they were leaning into. They literally stopped labeling these as demos and started labeling them as trailers. And that's because a trailer is more story focused, right? Like the trailers, they're leaning less into the gameplay and more into selling these characters for their personality or their backgrounds. And I don't think that like you can really compare them anymore. You know what I mean? Sure, you can say that you preferred when it was just gameplay, but like I don't know. I don't think that like going the story route was a bad idea, especially because a lot of people were really enjoying story, you know? And on that note, Nuviettes is actually where this started. The story, like, taking over more from the, like, character demo started with Nuviette, and that was Fontaine.
Cringing, like Shilone
I think of the 80s aerobic class is somehow just a leotard, though.
or Mavuika's trailer. At most, these ones show the elemental burst animation. It doesn't tell you anything about what it's like to actually play the character in the video game that I'm supposed to be pulling for them in. Tell me.
Okay, but that's not true. That's not true. I will say that, like, okay, look at these two cuts. The first one was Shilonen, right?
But now character trailers are either one, headache-induced trailer. At most, these ones show the elemental burst animation.
Look at this.
It doesn't tell you anything.
They show what it's like to do exploration with Shilonen with her skill, right? Like they do show you gameplay because exploration, which she was talking about earlier, was a big part of the game. Like they show you what it's like to move on the roller skates and how much easier that would be.
About
And
what it's like to actually play the character in the video game that I'm supposed to be pulling for them in. Tell me how that's...
They show you what it's like to float with Citlali. There is an element of Genshin's gameplay that is not just combat. And exploration is one of the big things that Natlan focused on, was how to have these 5 stars have unique exploration abilities. Like, they show that here, though. So she's not even right in her examples. And this is a point that keeps coming up. She doesn't give good examples to support her claims at all. You love Hu Tao's character demo? Me too. It was a good demo. I love Klee's. Klee's character demo is so good. It's not like they don't give us the test runs. Why does the gameplay need to be in the video? Yeah!
Supposed to give me a good impression of these characters. Anyway, back to Citlali's outfit. It's the same thing with Mavuika. Her design features a zipper that...
She said back to Citlali's outfit and then went straight into... What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Goes all the way around between her...
Okay, that zipper is crazy. Can we acknowledge that zipper is crazy? I agree with the zipper. Just because I think it's uncomfortable.
Legs up to her back. That can't be comfortable, right? Especially riding a motorcycle. And also, what exactly does this design communicate about Mavuika other than being a biker? Yeah.
Okay, but a biker has a stereotype. The biker image, a biker girl, comes with its own attached connotations, right? I think the biker image shows her reckless personality, which again, we established earlier she has one, right? Like we think of bikers as being free and passionate and reckless. All of these things come with the biker personality. this video person trying to talk, this person is trying to talk about like why they think Genshin has sucked since Natlan, and they are doing such a bad job. Hi Leo, how are you doing? I hope you're well. So I had to leave Lucky's stream earlier because I had work, but yeah. Dane's narration is more of a, yeah, I missed the miscellany. And I think that that was like a good way to explain things. So I do wish that they would bring back miscellany. But like the trailers are different from the demos. And the thing is, the things she's giving as examples are bad. She showed us clips in which we could see Shilonen's exploration ability, and we could see Citlali's exploration talent. And like that is part of the gameplay, because Genshin's game is not only combat. Share the video link? I will. Okay. Actually, I think if you search can debug and Genshin, you'll find it. It's an onslaught of underqualified chemistry. It's bad. I know it's almost 1, but we got to get through this because I'm already this far in.
I guess she's got sun imagery to represent her Archon hood, but
yeah, she has sun imagery. She has fiery hair. She is a biker, which represents her reckless personality. She's being, okay, you know how she keeps saying that like the community is being obtuse about certain things? She's being fucking obtuse about certain things. Yeah, can debug.
To me, her hair is the only thing about her design that gives me Pyro Archon. But then, you know, all of that still goes away when she fights and her hair lights up.
What is wrong with her hair turns into fire? How is that less fire arcani? That's more pyro arcani.
And then we have Varesa.
Oh, no. Guys, be prepared for my rant. You guys have heard this rant before, but I'm gonna do it again.
I was really excited about this design when I saw the silhouette in that same teaser we were talking about earlier.
Did she think she was also gonna be creepy?
Oh my gosh, a girl that's a cow. Oh my god, that's gonna be so cute. I love these.
A girl that's a cow? Oh my god, that's gonna be so cute. She is cute. Whoa, you got what you expected. You got a cute cowgirl. Well, not really cow. She's a bull.
Braids and the big horns. I mean, I wonder what kind of color palette she'll have. Maybe like browns and greens, something earthy because she's a farm animal.
She's not a farm animal. She's a person. She's a person. Also, if she was a cow, I feel like you would have expected her to be black and white. Yeah, it really blew up, which is why we're watching it. Not the art comments again save me. I know. Dude, this design is fucking cute. What is she talking about? She's so fucking cute. And what's wrong with being cute?
Oh. Yeah. I mean, I guess that works too. Just kidding. I hate this design. One of my least favorites in the entire game. I just like... What was the point, dude? Why is she so, like, kawaii themed? She's got hearts and...
You just said that you wanted her to be cute. And now you're complaining that she's kawaii.
Bows everywhere. She wears leg warmers and a cardigan. The skirt is pointless because it's too short to cover her ass.
The skirt is short because it's purely there for aesthetic reason. She's a luchadora.
You expect me to believe that this is a lucha libre fighter? I know.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. How is what Varesa wearing somehow not appropriate with this? She has the cutest color palette in the... I know, right? I love her color palette.
That luchadoras often dress in similar silhouettes to Varesa's outfit.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this skirt. Look at this skirt. Look at this skirt. And then think about the skirt that she was just complaining was too short on Varesa. You don't think this skirt is too short?
But they didn't incorporate any elements of the culture that Varesa is inspired by.
What do you mean they didn't incorporate elements of the culture? What do you mean? Look at this. Look at this mask. Look at the bull. Look at the patterns on the horns. What the fuck are you talking about?
Or the one that her name comes from. There are plenty of lucha libre fighters who incorporate any elements of the culture that Varesa is inspired by, or the one that her
Presiding over boons able to grant wishes. The sacred bull. The sacred bull. She is a bull.
name comes from. There are plenty of lucha libre fighters who incorporate elements of their culture into their costumes. They could have gotten really creative
She has a mask.
with it. But it's not like it even matters because we never even get to see her fight like a luchadora in the game.
What do you mean? All of her moves are like luchadore moves. All of them. What do you mean is going to be the title of my video? The title of my video is going to be, what do you mean? You put up your comment? Oh no, Leo. Don't be too mean. 55 minutes of yapping, I could have collected all mint and tape.
It's all just the food bullshit and falling on her ass all
What do you mean food bullshit? What do you mean food bullshit? Stop shaming her for eating.
with it. But it's not like it even matters because we never even get to see her fight like a luchadora in the game. It's all just the food bullshit and falling on her ass.
Candy,
all
but guys,
the
don't be too
time.
mean. Don't go in there just to flame her in a really don't send personal attacks. I just want to mention that. Do not send her personal attacks. But feel free to correct her on everything that she is getting wrong culturally, because I do think that she needs to hear that. So look at this. She says she falls on her ass. That is a classic luchadore move. Also, look at this caption. I realize these are lucha libre moves, but I'm talking more about quest appearances. Stop changing the goalpost. Stop changing the goalpost. You don't know what you're talking about. You're not focusing on this yapping. It's okay. You can focus on me ranting. I'm ranting so hard. Love the outfit. Thank you. This is my new model. It's very cute.
Especially frustrating
Look at that. That was a lucha libre move.
because
A
the animators
classic
have
one.
been getting really creative with the normal attack animations lately. They could have gone crazy with her and made her do insane moves. Something
They did. The moves that she just did. The moves that she just did in those quote unquote normal attacks or whatever. She did a flying kick. She did a flying kick.
like this. Like I said earlier, I was interested
They didn't do the one move that she wanted them to do, and therefore Varesa is a disappointment. That's what she's saying. That has been her entire thing, is they didn't do what I wanted them to do, so it's a disappointment.
to in
Eating is how they
Escoffier's
both up.
design based on
Yeah.
the silhouette, but I was also very disappointed with this reveal. Not
Okay. I might agree with her for this section. We're going to see how well she supports it, so I might just have issues with what she says and how she says it, but I do agree that this design on this outfit is fucking crazy. For those who don't know, I have talked before about how Escoffier is literally just wearing 2 aprons, and that is crazy.
only does this outfit make no sense with regards to breaking up any colors or with this weird heart theming that she has, similar to Varesa. Again,
Yeah, I don't really know why she has hearts, but whatever.
and I don't know why they keep doing this, but her outfit is literally just the sexy chef Halloween costume.
Yes, that is very true.
She's wearing an apron with nothing underneath it. Not only is that insulting, but it's
She's wearing 2 aprons. She doesn't even have like a real dress.
boring and it's lazy. You guys literally couldn't bother to design a shirt for her to wear under this apron. They would just rather put more effort into the detailing on her fucking stockings than
I agree. Like, this part I agree with.
design her a shirt. Skirk makes me mad in a similar way because they literally took an already very revealing outfit and made her more naked when she made.
Okay, side-by-side comparison. Is she more naked, though? I guess, like, up here, she's showing a bit more in her chest. But they raised her amputated limbs. It's not stocking. We learned that this is not stocking. We learned that these are limbs that she made with abyssal powers. Fucking crazy. But they did make them higher, like this blue part. Like, they are actually covering up her thighs more.
The transition from NPC.
If we look at the side, she's actually more covered up here, right? If we look at the side, sure, yeah, they do give her more boob. They do show more boob. But if you look here, right? She's revealing more here than she is here.
To playable character. Lauma is one of the ones that makes me the saddest because
Okay, agreed. I'm gonna just go ahead and say I probably agree with her on this because Lauma's design is crazy.
I actually really love the way that she's written in the narrative.
We do
her
love
voice
Lauma.
acting is so beautiful and
And
gentle.
her horns are
and
beautiful.
I find her quiet strength to be really, really compelling. It just sucks because she would be perfect if she wasn't almost naked.
Yep.
For Lauma, I don't feel hatred like I do for Varesa because Lauma has good writing to make up for her design.
You feel hatred for Varesa because you hate Natlan. And low-key have made some really racist microaggressions about the entire Natlan part of your video.
I just feel bad for her. Like, oh my god, you poor woman. You're probably so cold and uncomfortable all the time.
Yeah.
Actually, she's named after a creature from Baltic folklore that's traditionally depicted as a nude woman. That is literally just another excuse to make a woman with large breasts walk around with a single piece of cloth covering her ass.
She's not wrong. She's right about that. Like, it is a decision that was made intentionally in order to provide the fan service. Like, they could have chosen a different entity for her to embody. They chose one that they could get away with by saying, oh, it's a reference to this, in order to have a more naked character. And so that is a valid criticism. I do think that that's a choice. These are authors' choices, right?
You can't convince me that Lauma isn't meant to be sexualized by the game when she makes this face while bound by Rerir.
Okay, like, I don't understand. People talked about this before, and I don't really get
Covering
it.
her ass. You can't convince me that Lauma isn't meant to be sexualized by the game when she makes this face while bound.
This is a normal pained expression, though. Like, when you're in, like, this is a normal pained expression. I don't really, yeah, this is a reach.
By Rerir. Finally, we have Nefer. Now, I don't really hate this design necessarily.
I love Nefer's design. Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't, okay. I almost pulled Nefer based on design alone, and I'm glad I held back because I don't think she's the right playstyle for me. But, oh, no.
I actually really like the top of it. Her hairstyle is really cool. I love the cape and the vibrant gold and green colors. But it's just another design in this long pattern of just giving up on the legs of these female character designs. Not only does this white skirt completely blend into her insanely pale skin, but they also make no effort to give her some socks or stockings to balance out these colors or make the design more interesting. Like, I really love this fan design that not only
Can you stop with the fan designs? I feel like there is this desire that, like, she has for, like, the things that are in her head canon, you know, to be true, and then she, like, blames the game for that not being true. That's like, yeah, Miko's no. Yeah, yeah. Let's review. Let's review. Why didn't she complain about how they didn't give any thought to the legs for Yai Miko? Right? Look at that. Where's the complaint about that? Who else do we have?
Gives her a darker skirt, but also some snake pattern thigh-high socks. I really wish that they had leaned into her snake theming more, as a side note. But alas, it's always the same. A super detailed design from the waist up, and absolutely nothing except maybe a thigh garter on the legs. Again, Columbina falls into this too. She wears this super detailed, tiny dress, one that's so short it makes her legs look obscene.
And again, I'm gonna point out. Look at the length of Raiden's skirt. Look at the length of Raiden's skirt.
Long like a spider, and then she doesn't even wear shoes, just these fuck-ass water orb heels because they couldn't bear to let a woman walk flat on her feet. And the way that these
That is a valid complaint. Like, they should let some of the characters walk on flat feet.
women are drawn sometimes is so stupid too. Even the character designs that I consider to be better than these suffer from the fan service. Even though I wish her skirt was longer to add some variety to the designs, I really like Mizuki's design, but she literally shows her butt to the camera during her burst and in her official art. In fact,
Again, not recognizing how different fan service is for women and men. Like, what the audience of women and men. Can we just hang on a second. Hang on a second. Oops. That is Lowen's burst animation. He pulls you up by your hair. Oh my god.
Hoyo only draws these characters in impossible poses more and more for the sake of
That is true for the women, though. They do tend to draw the women in more impossible poses, and that is a very common thing. Like, yeah. But also, that is not new. I would say that this stuff has been happening since before Natlan.
making them more goonable. Literally, Mizuki is posed so you can somehow see her underboob and butt at the same time. They do the same thing with Mavuika. Her back is arched so heavily just so that they can display both her cleavage and her ass. Varesa's also the same, plus she's making
But you can't see Varesa's ass. But you can't see Varesa's ass.
that face like, oh, you caught me and I have food all over my face. Oh no.
How is that sexy or fan servicey? How is this fan servicey? It's just cute. She's being real weird about Varesa eating. Like, she's being real weird about Varesa eating, and it's making me uncomfortable. Do you know what I mean? Like, these are things that I feel like she's projecting something.
No. Oh my god. I hated saying that out loud. And see,
Yeah, and you didn't need to, because Varesa didn't say that.
Citlali is literally squishing her chest so heavily with what? A stuffed animal? A pillow? That is not how this part of the body works.
We're gonna test. Hang on. I need to find me a stuffed animal. Admittedly, my boobs are not as big as Citlali's, but we're gonna see if it can push my boobs up. Oh, I guess I should probably be wearing a bra. It can if you're squeezing hard enough. I think it does if you're squeezing hard enough.
This is only one of the...
I think she's talking about the feeder fetish. Don't ask me how I know. Oh dear. It can depend on how stuffed it is. Yeah. People with bigger boobs, you guys try it out too and let me know.
Anime fan service tropes that Genshin has increasingly leaned into over time. As the game progresses, we only get more and more characters that fit the tsundere character type.
That's not... That's like almost every cryo character. Okay? That's like every cryo character. Hang on. Sorry, we're gonna take a look. Cryo Genshin characters. Okay, not the male ones because honestly I don't even remember who they are right now. But let's look at the female cryo characters, okay? Okay? And take a look, okay? At their personalities. Actually, with this list I'm taking it back a little bit. Here we go. Okay. We are learning, guys. We are learning stuff. Okay. Not a tsundere, not a tsundere. Tsundere. Not a tsundere. Kind of tsundere. Mostly autistic. Diona is a tsundere. Rosaria, arguable tsundere. It's not that uncommon. It's always been in the game. These are early characters. Escoffier, tsundere. To be fair, she is talking about after. But like, let's look at this. Natlan female characters, okay? Let's see how many tsunderes we have. Because she's saying that this is like more prevalent with like the new characters, okay? Oopsie. I think I clicked on the right one and then I clicked on the wrong one. Okay. Let's see. Varesa, not a tsundere. Yansan, not a tsundere. Mavuika, not a tsundere. Citlali, tsundere. Chaska, not a tsundere. Shilonen, not a tsundere. Kachina and Molani, not tsunderes. You have one. You have one example. Not Krai. I don't really know if this is the whole list, but bear with me for a bit, I guess. Unless I'm missing someone, remind me if I'm missing anyone, okay? 5-star characters. Yehoda, not a tsundere, 4-star, but still not one. Aino, not a tsundere. Nefer, not a tsundere. Lauma, not a tsundere. Alice, not a tsundere. She's not playable yet. Nicole, not a tsundere. Sandrone is a tsundere. That's 2. Also cryo. And Nefer, not a tsundere. And Columbina, not a tsundere. She's saying there's been more since Natlan, and there really hasn't. Well, Chi-Chi's not a tsundere. I was trying to count the characters who were, like, tsundere, right? And, like, tsundere characters have existed often as cryo characters, like, previously, right? And since Natlan, we only have had 2. So I don't know where she's getting this idea that there's, like, a ton of them, right? I'm not a tsundere.
Oh my god. It's over, guys. We only get more and more characters that fit the tsundere character type. Oh my god, I can't fucking say this. As the game progresses, we only get more and more characters that fit the tsundere character type, which I personally find annoying. Citlali and Sandrone
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
are the biggest examples of this, but I would also argue that Escoffier falls into this trope sometimes.
She has 3. She has 3. And how many tsunderes have we had before?
Somewhat related is the increasing number of characters who have very obvious crushes or similar devotion to the Traveler, all of whom seem
You know who's a tsundere? Wanderer. Wanderer's a tsundere.
to be women, ironically. Ayaka was a big one early on, but since then we've had Mizuki blushing around the Traveler,
Kaching. What about Kaching?
and the game purposefully putting her into situations in which we're meant to, like, cutely embarrass her. It's clearly
Did she forget? Alhaitham? I don't think Alhaitham's a tsundere. He's just very autistic. I don't think Alhaitham's a tsundere. Kaveh is a tsundere with Alhaitham. But that's because they're gay. He's not really a tsundere with the Traveler. Kaveh is a tsundere with Alhaitham, though. I agree with that. Okay, what's her name? Kokomi. Again, these elements have existed before. Okay? Kaching. Kokomi. Tired.
meant to have a teasing romantic tone to it. Similarly, Citlali has a big crush on the Traveler, made evident by
This is true, right?
being portrayed like this in her Valentine's Day art, and
It's Valentine's Day art, though.
by all the times the game has given us very convenient plot-related ways to read each other's thoughts.
Reading each other's thoughts? That's Nicole's entire gimmick. Would you say that Nicole is romantically coded with the Traveler?
Dude, this shit is painful to play. And then most recently we've had Columbina, who, again, has only one true friend in the
This is slander, okay? I don't know how it's slander, but it just feels like slander. How dare she forget Sandrone? How dare she forget how gay Columbina is with Sandrone?
Traveler, and she cutely hides behind you, and you get
Again, not what's happening in that scene.
to feed her. Again, these are all very romance-coded behaviors. The Traveler is literally represented as her savior and dance partner in her trailer. It is a pattern at this point. Can we
Ayaka was also similarly eager to spar with and dance with the Traveler. And can we also talk about the men who do this? Can we talk about Shao? What about Child? What about enemies to lovers, Wanderer? There is romantic coding with Kea. Oh my god, Kea. With various characters for the Traveler. Men and women. It's shown differently, but it's very obviously there, though.
please let women have more interesting relationships with the main character than being their shy waifu all the time? And
What do you mean? The reason. Okay, I am not a fan of Citlali and the Traveler, but there is a deeper relationship there. Citlali feels like her entire character is she feels like she can't connect to people because she's always stronger than everybody. She's lived longer than everybody. Nobody really understands her. So when she meets the Traveler, who is also a long-lived species, right? She feels like here's someone who will understand her because they also have to deal with hard goodbyes. you know? That's a deeper relationship than just, oh, I'm into you because I'm into you. This is making me genuinely upset.
Again, this fan service is never equal opportunity. The male characters never get to have
This is a wild example to show. This is a crazy example to show and say the male characters never get this. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? All of the male characters also trust the traveler inherently, immediately when they meet them. In this particular series, this particular storyline with Toma, they are like basically dating, right? Oh my god. Linny. Can we talk about Linny and the rainbow flower that he offers the traveler at the end? Ugh. The Wanderer situation and all of the Archon quest in Nodcry, that was romantic as hell. Like that, again, and this is also when the traveler decides to trust him. My head hurts. I've always said, except for maybe Sumeru, every region that we have entered, we have a designated boyfriend and girlfriend, right? We have a designated boyfriend and girlfriend. Bye, Shiny. Thank you for sticking around for so long. This VOD will be up if you want to see my rant later, but yeah. We're still here in 2 hours. I'll be back. Yeah. Or I'll come into your stream and yell about it more too. But like, the shipping just looks different. Yeah, Xiao. Xiao is our designated Liyue boyfriend. We also got Child. He's a designated early Shenzhenayan boyfriend. We got Toma in Inazuma. He's right here, right? We got in Sumeru. I think that's the only region where we don't get a designated boyfriend, and that's because everyone's gay. So that's a little, I mean, that's a tough call, you know what I mean? Like, you can't really help it when everyone's gay. Oh, Wanderer. We got Wanderer. Never mind. So in Sumeru, we got Wanderer. Although everyone is gay. And then in Natlan, I guess to some degree, I don't know about Kinich, to be honest. Like, I guess to some degree Kinich, right? Hi. Hi, Calamity. We are currently ranting about this video that is just a horrible misreading of not... Like, the thing is, I don't even mind if you have an opinion that you don't like Genshin now with the way things have gotten. But, like, this is so badly supported. It's so badly supported. In Nodcry, we get Flynn's. In not... What, like, the fan service is very obvious for Flynn's. At the beginning, like, even before they released him, before Nodcry was even out, you have the scene with him meeting the Traveler in night, and that he offers to help the Traveler walk home or whatever, and it's so romantically coded, right? It's so romantic and chivalrous. And that's the thing. The fan service for girls is going to be different than the fan service for boys. Like, she doesn't seem to recognize this.
interactions or relationships like this with the player. Why not? We also have character-specific tropes. Varesa, I'm getting to you now.
Character-specific tropes have been here since the beginning of the game. Lisa's trope, she's lazy and she's always trying to get off work. Venti's trope, he's drunk. And a scammer. I'm trying to think of other characters, but... Diluc's trope, he's closed off and Batman. Flynn's my man, but Flynn's and Varka are a thing. I don't ship Flynn's and Varka, but this is my reason. My reason is because I just have different ships. Like, I ship Flynn's and Itlua, and I ship Varka and Mika. Although currently I am shipping Lowen and Mika, because Lowen and Mika, dang, tragic BL there. Jean is a diligent leader. Yeah. Jean is a workaholic. Let me see. Chongyun has his popsicle thing. Let's see. Kind of like my brain is a little tired from screaming for like almost 4 hours on this video. It's been 4 hours on this video, guys. But yeah,
She was tailor-made for the feeder fetish. I kid you not.
did she just fucking say feeder fetish? Did she just say guys, it is 1 o'clock. I cannot scream. I don't like that she tries to explain her personal hatred to different people with made up facts to look like she's right. You can hate characters, but don't try to make it you like it's the only way. Yeah, Cow is a wholesome character. She's so cute.
In one of her trailers, they animate food going into her stomach, and her stomach like jiggles and stuff.
Because that is what cartoons have animated characters eating food and it goes into their stomach. It's a joke. Not everything is sexual. I will say this. Some people like I remember when we were talking about this with Hime, like I think Hime or someone else pointed it out that like some people, because of the way that like hentai and stuff is drawn nowadays, where they show the transparent what's happening on the inside, people associate that with like everything, and so like because there is this like transparent part, they assume that that's all automatically sexual, and that says more about I think you than it does about the game. I think you are being weird. I think she's being weird. This is not a feeder fetish thing. Traveler's not even feeding her. Scream into your plush toy, yeah. My poor Pochaco is gonna get like, oh my gosh. Exactly. Not everything is sexual.
And oh my god. It is genuinely one of the most sickening and uncomfortable things I have seen coming out of this company.
That's because you're a sicko. I'm just gonna say that outright. Like, I don't know. That might be a personal attack, but that's what I'm getting from this. You find everything fetishistic, and that's your fault.
Her entire thing is eating comically large amounts of food.
Yeah. A lot of characters are like that. Goku eats a lot of food. Do you think he's being sexualized? Who else eats a lot of food, guys? I think. Tongyun always has a popsicle in his mouth. Is that sexual to you?
She has nothing else that matters to her character, to her personality.
Cow was my main because she's cute and wholesome, and they are the one with the dirty mind. Yeah.
Or anything about her. It's not like this would necessarily be bad on its own, but guys, she is literally a cow. This character.
She's a bull. She's not a cow. She's a bull. You are being weird. You are projecting. Eating is not sexualized. I know for some people it is, but like, yeah. Luffy! Is Luffy for the feeder fetish? Doesn't she know es war einmal das Leben? I don't know what that means.
Character is extremely insulting, and I hate her. And that's
She's not insulting. You're insulting. You're like kind of fat phobic.
not even mentioning how she literally fights by falling on her ass. When you
That is an actual lucha libre move. She's not falling on her ass. She is destroying you with her ass on purpose.
are playing her, she will fall and her ass will be facing the camera for multiple seconds before she gets up. And your eye is naturally drawn there because of her bright pink tail.
Because people have tails. I mean, not people, but you know, it's a basic move, right? Your blood pressure is rising again. I know.
Against her black skin.
This is my issue with her whole like ignorant and happily ignorant take on this, is that she is
skirt. And then
So ignorant.
when she gets up, she'll like dust herself off and be like, owie, that hurt. Shut up.
Yeah, because it probably hurts. Does she have a problem with how Kaveh, after he does a plunge attack, will shake his wrist because it hurts?
And then we've got Nefer and her whole like clones thing and the
What's wrong with the clones? How are clones fetishistic? How are clones fan service? Do you think twins are fan service? Does she think that triplets are extra fan servicey? I'm just saying. Naruto Shadow Clone Jutsu is now fan service. Yeah.
clones are like her servants and she poses with them in sexually charged ways. Like she's holding this one's face and
Yeah, that's fan service. I'll acknowledge that. But like, so? That's pretty tame.
this one is laying in her lap. Like,
I would want to lay in her lap too. Not sure how the series is called in English. Maybe Once Upon a Time Life.
I don't have to like spell out the way that this is incredibly fetishistic, right? I mean, Nefer
What's the fetish? Like, she keeps saying like certain things are fetishistic, and she does point out specifically the feeder fetish, but I don't agree with like that in how it's being applied. But like, what is the fetish here? Twins? What's the fetish here? What's the fetish?
literally does the stripper crawl across the table toward the camera in her trailer. She's meant to get
The stripper. Can I just say that the language that she uses and the way that she describes certain things comes off as more misogynistic than the actual things that she's pointing out? Do you know what I mean? Like calling Navia's outfit slutty and calling this a stripper crawl? What? What?
femdom. And I mean, like,
Your internet sucks when you type in this text field. Oh, I'm so sorry. Even I do that. Don't make me a stripper. Yeah, it's just crawling.
the clones basically serve no purpose to her theming as a character. I think they could have taken them out of her whole thing and it wouldn't have made a difference to her kit or to her gimmicks.
Why don't the clones serve? Like, the clones are there to show how she's always in control. She's also a character who is known as an information broker. So having characters like clones that are able to, like, you know, keep an eye, like, in, like, do you know what I mean? Like, if you had clones and you were an information broker, it would make sense that you might use them to keep an eye on things. Like, you know, I feel like the clones actually perfectly match her theming.
They literally only did it because they knew people would drool over it. Editing Aurelia here. In the process of making this video, Linnea has been released and
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. What's she gonna say about Linnea?
I just have to interject to say, what the fuck were they thinking with this character?
What's wrong with Linnea? Linnea is such a harmless character.
feel like a crazy person because I feel like I'm the only one who doesn't think she's adorable. And
You might be crazy. If you feel this way, you might want to look in on it. She knew the word reconnaissance, how to spell it. I warned you about Linnea. Oh, no.
in fact recognizes her for the creepy freak that she is.
Creepy freak? What's creepy about Linnea?
First of all, she clearly has absolutely no respect for living things that are not traditionally human. She keeps asking to touch and pet the Melusines as if they are not whole
Okay, but she asked. It's a like here, friendly exchange request. Oh, it does say next time try asking more politely, so maybe she wasn't perfectly politely. But like, she's asking. The Melusines are fascinating. I would also be curious about Melusines. Also, she's autistic and this is her special interest. And she doesn't, like, she gets overexcited about it. Yeah, that's not that weird. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm autistic. She's so deeply some kind of problematic view of women that she needs to look into. Maybe too chronically online and too deep in the game. Yeah, like, can we talk about like characters who have done actually pretty problematic things? Yae Miko has literally done mindfuckery on people. She's so manipulative. Like, so manipulative. But Linnea is a problem because she wants to, like, she's interested in creatures that aren't human. She's a zoologist. Yeah.
People. It's especially creepy because the Melusines are made to look like children. Having an adult character who is high-key obsessed with them and can't treat them as the people they are was a fucked up move on Hoyo's.
Okay. Okay. What does them looking like children have to do with anything? The Melusines aren't children. They're adorable. We love them. They are Nuviet's daughters. But they're not children. And they don't look like, what do you mean they look like children? They just look small. Look at this. I don't think they look like children. They just look small and short. I hate when people think small and short means child.
Treat them as the people they
Also,
respect for
it's not as if she's
living things that are not
only
traditionally human.
like
She keeps
this.
asking to touch and pet the Melusines as if they are not whole people. It's especially creepy because
She asked pretty politely. She said, "May I pet you?"
the Melusines are made to look like children. Having an adult character who is high-key obsessed with them and can't treat them as the people they are was a fucked up move on Hoyo's.
Look at this. She treats the Saurians like the same way and she tries to like... Yeah, I'm a child. I'm so short, guys.
Part. They literally make a
Yeah, she's like this to every animal.
point to emphasize the humanity of the Melusines and how they had to fight to be accepted in Frontanian society.
Yeah.
And now we have a playable character who we are supposed to think is cute, harassing them and treating them as though
But she's not really harassing them. She does harass Paimon a little bit.
they are pets. It's disgusting. Her trailer is sickening for the same reason. She fantasizes about being rubbed up on by Whine.
Oh my god. Is she calling her a pedophile?
Who, again, looks like a child, and Kirara, along with other Melusines and Nekomata. It reads as extremely fetishistic to me, which is a...
Why does she think everything is a fetish? She's projecting hard, man. This is crazy. Like, this is crazy.
problem when the people that she's fantasizing about look like children. She chases these...
Okay, but
It reads as extremely fetishistic
Kirara doesn't look like a child.
to me, which is a problem when the people...
Look at that. Look at how when she's running after Kirara, she's taking notes. Like, she's just interested in them on, like, a scientific level.
Problem when the people that she's fantasizing about look like children. She
And then they just showed Ito. She's interested in Ito. And he's not a child.
chases
I mean,
these people
okay, mentally, maybe. I'm just kidding.
around and doesn't seem to let up after being told multiple times to back off. There are multiple promotional materials in which she asks to touch a Melusine, which makes me think that it's happened more than once or twice. I mean, at least her character quest wasn't as bad. I won't spoil it, obviously,
What do you mean wasn't that bad? Her character quest was awesome.
because I said I wouldn't talk about content past Luna 5, but I still don't find this character appealing or compelling at all, as I feel like
Yeah, and that's a personal preference. That's your subjective opinion. Stop making it sound like these are facts.
I've made it very clear. She doesn't even have an interesting design to make up for it. She's literally just a copy-paste of Charlotte.
I acknowledge this. I will say that when she first like came out, I was like, oh, she looks very similar to Charlotte. But that said, I changed my mind a little bit on how much I liked her design because of the Fae markings. I really like her Fae markings.
Even the wish art is the same. I haven't
Okay, hang on. What do you mean the wish art is the same?
copy-paste of Charlotte. Even the wish art.
How is this the same? They're both pointing, but this is a very common pose. But like, they're not even facing the same direction. Different legs are up. There's a flare to her outfit. Like, I just don't understand. What's the same?
Is the same. I haven't felt such a burning hatred
Remove her from my side or I will punch her. What about Timmy? They aren't people, they're like dragons. Yeah, they're like dragon children.
for a character in a long time. Hoyoverse had the opportunity to portray Linnea as a character with a disability that made it difficult for her to fit in, because
They did! She's autistic! She's autistic! You forgot how pretty I know, Charlotte is so pretty. I can't wait to get her new skin.
that was largely the reason the myth of changelings arose in the first place. The fairies were thought to swap their fae children for a human child, which was how several mythologies explained neurodivergence in children.
Yeah, and she... Oh no.
Instead of portraying a really heartwarming story about a character who's autism coded, we instead get a freak who can't stop harassing anyone with non-human features. Ironic.
No. No. Don't you don't get to say fucking ironic. The irony here is she is wishing that Linnea was an autistic coded character while calling her a freak for being autistic, for demonstrating certain autistic traits. Linnea, when we did the quest, Linnea was even more autistic than I anticipated. And this is exactly the problem with people who like want to be allies, but then like can't actually accept like all the degrees to which somebody could be, you know, the thing that they're trying to like help advocate for. Autism is a spectrum. Linnea is very autistic. She just doesn't like these autistic traits. Oh my. She's just attacking my mains.
Considering how they want to portray her as an outcast who had no friends because she was a fae who looked different. Also, can we talk?
Yeah. She was a fae who looked different. And also recognized that she was different. But does she not know what an allegory is? Does she not understand what an allegory is?
Talk about how her lore makes
Does she think all autistic... Oh, God.
no sense.
We have had multiple autistic coded characters, by the way. So there are plenty of characters that are autistic coded, like that she could have latched onto. But I think she doesn't recognize them because they're not the stereotypical autistic traits. She's attacking every female character since Natlan. Yeah.
Because the Tsaritsa and the Fatui
And honestly, that's kind of low-key misogynistic.
we are meant to be hunting down fae and eradicating them.
This is crazy. Okay, where is she getting the idea that the Tsaritsa is hunting down fae? Yes, she herself could be autistic. Who knows? It shows up in different ways. But like, I don't like that she is saying that these particular autistic traits make her a freak. It's honestly very upsetting to me. Someone gave a like on your comments. Nice. Most Fae keep their true identities a secret for their own safety, but that doesn't necessarily indicate it's because they're being hunted, right? Like, they could be keeping it a secret so that they don't get, bombarded by people. Few know of Flynn's Fae nature, but that's because Flynn's goes out of his way, right? While many know about Linnea. Yeah. So that demonstrates that there are Fae who are out in the open. Also, isn't the Saritsa a Fae? The Saritsa's a Fae.
Hence why Flynn's hides his identity. But it's just completely fine that Linnea is outwardly a Fae, perhaps even
Yeah, it is fine. Because it's not illegal to be a Fae. Where do you think that it's a...
even more obviously so than Flynn's because she doesn't cover the wings on her head or her crystal markings? Whatever. I really hope people open their eyes to how terrible this character is.
No, because then they would have to become ableist like you.
Sorry if you feel kinship with her.
I'm sorry. That really pisses me off. It makes me really upset. It makes me really upset. And I'm not even the kind of autistic that Linnea is. Like, I don't identify with Linnea. I think my type of autism shows up very differently. But I'm really upset about this.
She is not cute. She is not funny. She has no appealing character traits.
Okay, look at this.
She doesn't cover the wings on her head or...
This is rude. This is rude. Oh yeah, I am a Fae. Thank you.
...her crystal markings. Whatever. I really hope people open their eyes to how
listen to
terrible this character is. Sorry if you feel kinship with her. She is not cute. She is...
Sorry if you feel kinship with her. She is not cute. You're basically saying, I'm sorry if you feel like you identify with this person. You are not cute.
not funny. She has
You are not funny.
no appealing character traits.
You have no appealing character traits. What a fucking asshole.
And there are far better characters out there whose stories are about yearning for acceptance.
I'm really mad. Like, this is the part where I'm like, before it was just kind of ridiculous. And the things I was mad about, I knew were like, whatever. She can't read. But this is, I don't know about the B word. I personally don't like to use it. But I will say, fuck you. Oh my God. Did you see what she just said? To people who feel like they can identify with Linnea?
Anyway, back to the video. Before
Now you see her true colors and tell us not to attack her. Listen, I'm trying to not be so rude, to other people. But like, yeah, no, like, I don't know. You guys can be rude. I personally don't like the B word, but that's because I don't, yeah. I use it rarely. I do use it sometimes, but yeah. I missed that part. Yeah, like, yeah. Oh, Kira. Okay, Kira, let me show you again because I think this is so awful. This is so awful.
I want to portray her as an outcast who had no friend, different. Also, identity. But whatever.
First, she doesn't understand lore. She seems to think that the Saritsa is hunting Fae, despite the fact that the Saritsa is a Fae.
I really hope people open their eyes to how terrible this character is. Sorry if you feel kinship with her.
Sorry if you feel kinship with her, meaning sorry if you identify with her.
She is not cute. She is not funny. She has no appealing character traits. And there are far
You are not cute. You are not funny. You have no appealing character traits. That's what she's saying.
better characters out there whose stories are about yearning for acceptance.
Fuck you.
Anyway, back to the video. Before we move on to the last
She's so ableist.
I feel the need to debunk something I've heard both in this fandom and in other fandoms with regards to sexualized character designs. She should be
You don't know
able to wear whatever she wants.
You don't
It's
know Linnea
feminist
much
to
yet,
let
but
women
you disagree
express
so hard with it.
themselves how they want. Listen, I choose to believe that this argument isn't made in bad faith. It's more like people who say this have good intentions, but they don't understand what it is that they're actually saying.
Is she gonna talk about choice feminism? I do think that that's a good discussion to have, and I do think that like it is important to like allow people in real life to do certain things, but then like also recognize, especially if they are a public figure, like what that can imply. But why do I get the feeling that she's not gonna have that deep of a thought?
Yes, it's true that women in real life should be able to choose what they wear. If they want to wear revealing clothing, that is completely their choice. However, these women are not real and do not have the autonomy that we do. They are purposefully manufactured to be bait for the male gaze. They are animated in revealing outfits and drawn in uncomfortable poses and
Okay, she's got a good point there. That's true. And I do think that that's something that people don't acknowledge enough, like that these characters were designed this way. And so like the people who are putting these clothes on them, dressing them this way, like they are not really having the character make that as a choice.
written into compromising situations on purpose. These developers have control over
What do you mean compromising? Being flirty with somebody is not compromising.
how these women are portrayed, and they choose to portray them increasingly as vessels for hypersexualization, fetishization, and fan service.
Okay, that has always been the case. It is not really increasingly. That is a biased take. You have nostalgia lenses on that make you forget that Rosaria exists, that Mona exists, that Lisa is incredibly sexualized in her voice lines.
That is not feminist. That's not to say that Hoyoverse doesn't
Hoyoverse isn't trying to be feminist either.
do this in their other games. Zenless Zone Zero comes to mind, but to me, at least, that game is honest about what it is, and it has been since the beginning.
Genshin is pretty honest about what it is. People keep getting surprised by things like Genshin is a sci-fi game now. It's always been a sci-fi game.
Physics and maid outfits and schoolgirl uniforms and all. At least over there, the fan service is a little more equally spread across the male and female characters. Genshin Impact still pretends that it's this grand world of exploration it was for.
It is a grand... The exploration has gotten grander. It's gotten better.
4 years ago, while its writing and characters suffer. Expect visual.
The writing has gotten better. The writing has gotten so much better. Not Krai has managed to incorporate character stories into the quest very effectively.
Upgrades like you've never seen before, all while we refuse to visually upgrade.
But they are giving us upgrades that we've never seen before. The new characters are being designed with so many more details to them than before.
Older characters because who gives a shit about them, right? Or as we increase the shill for pay-to-win players, or for Miliastra Wonderland, which no one fucking asked for and no one cares about, and for Hyper.
That's a lie. There are plenty of people doing Miliastra Wonderland. And also, when I'm bored, I do Miliastra Wonderland.
Specific gameplay mechanics that are incredibly team limiting and rely on 2 or 3 limited characters to actually function, all while we
Okay, I agree with that. I do agree, especially in Stygian.
Continually offer less and less new map areas and free wishes each patch. I could go on forever about this.
But they're not offering fewer. Like it's an up and down scale. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. But ultimately, most of the time, you still get enough to pull and get 1 5-star.
State of this fucking game and how Hoyoverse doesn't. I think that's enough of that for now. About their player. Let's
It's been enough of that for a while, girl.
move on.
I'm not a lore player, no shit, we can tell. Yeah, seriously. She did not pay attention to Natlan at all. I guess I can't like anything anymore without being the average male gooner. Yeah, there are people who are like, it's like how people say like in Love and Deep Space, people are only playing to goon. I'm like, no, some people I know are playing for the combat. I'm not, but they're like, they have really well-built characters. They're doing crazy damage. Like, ugh.
After all this complaining, people are probably thinking, it sounds like this game is causing you lots of undue stress. Maybe you should just quit and play some.
Yeah, quit for a bit. Like, you don't have to quit forever, but clearly you don't like a lot of things in this game to the point where it's like you're looking for reasons to not like things in this game. Because a lot of this shit was made up. She made up a lot of her complaints.
Something else. Look, maybe you don't get what it feels like to invest 5 years of your life into a game like this, with ever-expanding lore and new characters being introduced all the time. I guess maybe I didn't know what I was getting myself into at the time, back in 1.0 when I first started out. It
Want
sucks
to go
to
for her
invest so
throat?
much.
Yeah, figuratively, I hope, figuratively. But yeah, like I really hate the part where she calls Linnea a freak for exhibiting autistic traits and then tells people who relate to her that they're trash. What the fuck?
Your time into a game only for it to let you down. I'm not going to pretend that Genshin was perfect back then. There are so many weird, like, cop-outs that Hoyo pulls so that they can have sensitive themes in their games but not actually have them. Like Bennett saying that he has multiple dads, only for you to realize that it's because he's been raised by many older men.
That's not a cop-out. That's not a cop-out. He still has dads, and they are still his dads. That's not the definition of a cop-out.
And in the Adventurers Guild, not because he has queer parents. But the problems have only...
Yeah, but that was your again, it's your assumption. They subverted it, but it wasn't as if they like are like just dodging around it. Also, again, it's her lack of knowledge of how there are things that the game cannot explicitly do. The game, because of it being a Chinese game, has a hard time with the CCP watching with having explicitly queer characters. That's why there's so much queer coding.
Gotten worse with time. There are even more cop-outs, like Flynn's being a victim of suicidal ideation, but like, he actually just went sleepy for a really long time.
Victim of suicide? Okay, whatever. Wording aside, right? I don't think that was like lessened any. His struggle was really real, right? Yeah, sure, like he couldn't die, but he still tried to. In fact, it's almost like it's more like I think his story is more like he tried to kill himself and then he threw up the pills, right? And because he realized that there was stuff he wanted to fight for. And so I feel like that's inspiring. I don't think that's a cop out.
Or like Nicole, who is mute in name only. She just talks in people's heads using her magic so Hoyo can pretend that they have a character with a disability. Or
But they're not trying to pretend that Nicole has a disability. The very first time that Nicole appears in the story, it's her voice. They never tried to show that she has a disability. They showed that she gave up something, like a physical voice. But like, yeah. And also, can I point out that they do have characters in the game with prosthetic limbs. They have characters in the game that have PTSD, that do have like mental disabilities, right? Like Fremine, I would say Fremine has a lot of issues concerning his self-esteem because of his PTSD, right? And it's like shown as a major part of his character. Can there be more? Sure. But it's not as if they've never dealt with those issues, and it's not as if they like made them a cop out or like non-existent problem. Can we talk about bean allergies? I love that. You're right. You're right. Ito has a bean allergy. But also, remember the story, Yoimiya's second story quest with the girl who was in the wheelchair? They didn't make that like something that they just cured or anything like that, right? Like she was still in that wheelchair. Like, or the storyline about like, and I guess this is related to Femine, right? About like that condition that was like, deep depression or whatever. There, Genshin has touched on a lot of sensitive issues and not backed down on them.
like Nefer experiencing racism at the hands of the academia while having the palest skin you could possibly imagine.
Does she think that pale people can't experience racism? Does she think that just because Nefer is pale, that she doesn't experience like the prejudice that being from the desert brings with it? What the fuck?
Regarding gameplay, as
That's racist. You can tell this person is just
I said, the shill for current characters has only gotten worse with time, with boss enemies made specifically to be defeated by certain limited characters. Fontaine was the first region to introduce region-specific battle mechanics, Bond of Life, and Pneumosia, but it wasn't so completely baked in.
I'm pale and have experienced racism. Yeah. Pale people can experience racism.
To the combat like Night Soul or Lunar reactions are. You didn't need Bond of Life or Pneumosia to be anything in the game, but the Lord of Eroded Primal Fire weekly boss requires a character who can apply Night Soul damage.
Okay, first, this is not true. You actually don't need... Okay, there are two issues with this. Two issues with this complaint that I brought up earlier. One, you get a free character. You do have Kachina. Two, you do have Pyro Traveler, and by the point that you get to this boss, you have Pyro Traveler. Actually, I have 3 points. Okay? My second point, you can co-op weekly bosses. Okay? And my third point is, if you have a strong enough team, you don't need the Night Soul mechanic. I have beaten this boss without using a single Night Soul character. Also, you can defeat this boss with Kujo Sada solo, shooting from a distance. Get creative, girl. Oh my god. Nefer in the academia can be read more for people being the first in family to go in university. Yeah, like there is a degree, like there are so many ways to read that, because like she is still ultimately from a marginalized community. It doesn't matter what the color of her skin was. They are not being prejudiced against her because of the color of her skin. In the story, she represents marginalized groups of people, like in general. And also, like, it's multiple things, like class, right? It's class as an issue as well. It don't fucking bother me, but at the same time, I'm not gonna sit here and think that her point is not valid, like at this point.
The game before the gate is built for quick application of the frozen reaction, which is the specialty of Skirk and Escoffier.
This is stupid. Yeah. Does she think that Skirk and Escoffier are the only characters who can do freeze? Even here, you're using Chongyun. There are plenty of characters who can do freeze. This is a stupid example.
It's unfair to people who aren't looking to pull every single character, like me, because I only pull characters I like, or free-to-play people who aren't looking to spend what could easily be hundreds of dollars on filling out their 5-star.
Yeah, you don't need to spend a ton of money. You don't even need to take the game that seriously.
Roster. Also like me, because I don't have that kind of disposable income. Seeing Flynn's in that nod criteria
Also, weekly bosses are co-opable.
Was a lifesaver for me. Holy shit, a beautiful 5-star man with a mysterious backstory who's actually part of the meta. And oh my god, Lowen too. That face card is diabolical.
What was she saying about a lack of fan service from male characters?
It's been so long since I've been excited about characters.
Oh dear, tomorrow's class will be hard because there are girls falsely accusing a guy, and now things will go to HOD. What is HOD? I would listen to those girls' stories and take them seriously.
Characters like this.
I'm not saying, like, the truth is necessarily what they say, but I am saying that because people don't take those stories seriously enough and often assume, like, presume innocence, right? From the accused, that, like, a lot of these cases end up being harder for real victims. So I just want to make sure that we understand that. Get the most important characters in each region if you wanted to make sure your account is up to date for new mechanics. Yeah. Weekly boss can be co-op. Oh my god, I didn't know. Yeah, you can co-op. You have a screenshot and HOD is head teacher. Oh, interesting.
Most of the time now, I'm just like, well, Nicole's not my favorite, but I guess I'll pull for her in the future if I have.
This is the thing that doesn't make sense. If you think that they are only being shilled for the current region and you're not a person who doesn't really want to pull for characters, you can't really have a plan of like, I guess I'll pull for her later. Just don't pull for her. Because according to you, the meta is going to change anyway. Which it will. Like, just skip her.
No other characters I want. Or, well, Llama's design is pretty terrible, but I like her personality a lot. I guess I could get her if I have enough extra primo gems. So yeah, that's a lot of flaws.
That's pretty normal though. Like, if a character has a design that I don't love, but I still really like that character, I'll still pull for them. Like, I pulled for Escoffier. If a character is like has a design I really love, but not a personality I'm not so into, I don't pull for them. Like Nefer.
But guess what, guys? Hoyoverse fucking got me. Almost 6 years ago now, Hoyoverse wormed its way into my brain and put my mind in a Genshin Impact shaped chokehold. At this point, I have so many mixed emotions about this game and its fan base. I love the beautiful fan art I see every day. I love the sense of humor that so many of these fans have. I love some of these characters so much, and thinking about them is so much fun, but sometimes I feel like the only sane person in any given comment section on the internet. Like,
And that, I think, is possibly a you problem.
I'm the only person who sees this game for what it has become. People
No. You're looking for reasons to hate it. You need to take a break.
just refuse to be critical of this game despite enjoying it and knowing what it could be. It's a fandom and a community that I sometimes feel like I don't belong to. Like I should have left it a long time ago, and yet I can't stop playing it. Maybe it's an addiction, or maybe it's FOMO thinking about the upcoming characters I want to get in the future. Maybe I find the gameplay engaging. But ultimately, I think for me, it comes down to wanting to see where this story ends up, even though it continues to disappoint me the more the time goes on. I think Genshin.
If you are the only one, regardless of what the topic is, you are probably wrong, right? Like, it's one thing if it's like, because yeah, no, sometimes I'm like, everyone is fucking crazy. But it's like usually one topic in particular. If she's feeling this way all the time, yeah, leave the game. Guy was talking, you just entered the chat, you didn't have a scare, I've dealt with the guy, so she targeted the other guy saying she will file a case on. Ah, I see.
Set up a very strong emotional core with the missing sibling, and they strung us along just enough that I was invested, giving us hints of the sibling only a little at a time, all culminating in a quest called Bedtime Story a couple years.
Can we talk about... Okay, no. I'm gonna post this video later. I might have to edit it, but... So, I'll leave these comments to myself.
Ago, which is one of the only Genshin quests that's ever made me cry. I want to see the Traveler reunited with their twin at the end of this journey. I want to explore Snezhnaya and Conria. Even though Alice's design ended up being a little copy-paste, I adore her and I want to pull her and put her in a team with Klee and Durin.
Copy-paste from what?
I want to see Dinsliff become playable and hopefully introduce a new element into the gameplay.
He probably won't.
Who knows? Maybe Genshin will continue to disappoint me. Maybe there are no good villains left to meet, and maybe a playable woman in a freezing cold climate will be wearing a bikini. I'm still gonna be pissed about that. But
all my exes are crazy. Okay, that means I will avoid you. Yeah, right? Also, why did she use a picture of a real woman?
But it's quests like Durin's story quest, a beautiful tale of the devotion of motherhood and learning to make your own way in life, that give me very cautious optimism. I know that Hoyo is capable of amazing storytelling. That's what makes it so frustrating.
Nod Cry was
every time this game lets me down. But Hoyo, you've still got me for a while. Nice.
I think she genuinely wants to find reasons to dislike the female characters too, right? Like, she was reaching pretty hard to dislike Columbina. She was reaching really hard to dislike Linnea. Like, she doesn't seem to like Nefer and Lauma simply based on their physical designs. Like, I don't know, man.
Going, you made me addicted to your game, but the good stuff is what makes me want to stick around for a while. Even if it's only to watch my favorite little guys run around in my screen.
Okay. Well, that was a painful watch. We'll take a quick look at the comments because we were curious earlier, but then I'm gonna go to bed because this was not a waste of my time necessarily, but like, man, this was bad. I'm not a lore player, no shit, we can tell. The Linnea part was such a stretch, holy shit, yeah. You know it's bad when both sides of the fandom are hating you? Calling Linnea a creepy, freaky pedophile for finding Melusines cute while glazing Lowen, who was drugging his group's drinks and being a creepy sadist, is definitely a choice. Yeah, I thought she wanted creepy. The Linnea part, what the fuck is this projection? Freaking out over Linnea, then praising Lowen is a choice. Alternative title, girls end up exposing herself as ableist, misogynist, male-centered, and borderline racist while trying to frame it as being progressive. That is actually a really accurate title because there was a lot of ableism, misogyny, and like low-key racism. I'm sensing a pattern. You can dislike Genshin's direction without being misogynistic. Dissing Navia and Linnea but glazing Lowen is so weird. I feel bad for Lowen catching strays here, but it is kind of bizarre. Like that she's calling out Linnea's quote unquote problematic behavior, but like Lowen is legit insane. Misogynistic fan service, but you're gagging at Lowen and hating on Linnea. Yeah, this was okay. Oh, this. The Saritsa and Fatui are meant to be hunting down Fae and eradicating them. Where in Zork's name did you pull that out? Yeah, that was crazy. What? Where did she get that from? That's just completely wrong. Lots of people talking about Linnea, actually. I am really glad a lot of people are defending Linnea because that part was one where I also got really mad. Like really, really mad. Bully, talk to her in person. Yeah. Oh man, Calamity, that sucks. Yeah, that sounds like a very messy problem. This was just raising your blood. I'm sorry, Kathy. There was a lot. Like, I think we needed trigger warnings. I was not ready for how upsetting that would be. I think we needed trigger warnings. Watch your comment and give a like. Yeah, if I see it, I will. Maybe we can find it. Leo. Okay, if I find it, I will. As a woman, you are a misogynist. I am appalled that you talked about characters like Navi and Linnea like that while glazing Aoife, whose most memorable screen time is I just turned 5 in an event. No, that's mean. But yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, this is crazy. Well, guys, thank you for hanging with me. It is almost 2 o'clock. I am gonna go to sleep in a rage-induced stupor. Good night. Should have warned you about her take on Linnea. It's okay. It's okay. They are cutting the trees. Oh, yeah, be careful. My comment is just me cursing out in Spanish. It's on top under hers. Okay. He's talking to me. She tagged me first, and I reply with you go, girl. Oh, man. Good luck, Calamity. Good luck. Refresh the page. Okay. But yeah, no worries, Mizu. Like, I mean, it was probably better that like I saw it raw for like a full reaction. But it was that was a crazy take. Uh, Leo, I think the reason that it's the top for you is because it's your comment. Like, I think they put you put your comment on top because it's your, like, or like the YouTube, sorry. YouTube puts your comment at the top because it's yours. But because I'm not on your account, I won't see it. But yeah, okay. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I guess I'm giving up on doing dailies for Themis and Love and Deep Space today. Oops. Yeah, different POV. All right. Good night.